Hello, good morning and welcome. You are the select few who managed to beat a train strike and to get here today. So hugely well done for making it in. I think we'll have other people coming in dribs and drabs as the morning goes along, having kind of fought their way here through one way or another. Tim Haggard, for those of you who know Tim, we're fairly convinced he'll be walking here from Watford, and could imagine it will emerge sometime midday or something like that. I'm going to start with a quick reading from our last book. And this is why I'm going to have to need three hands to juggle my glass and everything else. As I see someone throwing coffee and tea all over the floor, I'm not going to say who. Anyway, so this was our last book. We got a new book out just 2 weeks ago. But this was Seeds of Hope, which we did during the lockdown. And in our first book, Words of Hope, there was a poem which we used time and time again about hope. And this is one which we've come back to lots. This is from Václav Havel. And after the last couple of weeks, where I think it may be fair to say, without being party political, that there would be reason not to be too desperately hopeful in our government. I think maybe a reasonable statement. This is about hope, and it's written by Václav Havel when he was in prison. It's called From Elsewhere. The kind of hope I often think about, especially in situations that are particularly hopeless, such as prison, I understand above all as a state of mind, not a state of the world. Either we have hope within us or we don't. It's a dimension of the soul. It's not essentially dependent on some particular observation of the world or estimate of the situation. Hope is not procrastination. Hope is an orientation of the spirit, an orientation of the heart. It transcends the world that is immediately experienced and is anchored somewhere beyond its horizons. Hope in this deep and powerful sense is not the same as joy that things are going well, or willingness to invest in an enterprise that is obviously headed towards an early success, but rather an ability to work for something because it is good, not just because it stands a chance to succeed. The more unpromising the situation in which we demonstrate hope, the deeper that hope is. Hope is not the same thing as optimism. It is not the conviction that something will turn out well, but the certainty that something makes sense, regardless of how it turns out. In short, I think that the deepest and most important form of hope, the only one that can keep us above water and urge us to do good works, and the only true source of the breathtaking dimension of the human spirit and its efforts, is something we get, as it were, from elsewhere. It is this hope, above all, that gives us the strength to live and continually to try new things, even in conditions that seem as hopeless as ours do now. So that's Václav Havel. Today we have some incredible people who are hope, really, for us, I think. The only way of describing it. And that's the kind of background of Amos as well. And you'll hear about other places around the world which demonstrate that hope, often in situations which seem absolutely hopeless. And they're transformative work. So we're going to start off today. I'm going to get Katie and Karen to come up here. And I'll make way. I should just say before that, at 11:30, there's going to be mint tea served here. There's a fire exit there or there. Basically, if the building does burn down, please can you leave? I don't really care. Anyway, it'll do fine. There's toilets through there. Is that correct? There's toilets through there? Toilets through there. And then lunch will be back in there, and there'll be bookshop and everything else down in St. Clement's for lunch later on. Anyway, over to Katie and Karen. I should have said welcome to everybody watching at home as well, just they're coming up here. Nice there.
Hello, is this working as well?
Good morning. Really great to have you all here. Thank you for making your way on the various forms of transport that were available to you.
Yeah. So this first session, we're going to be talking to you about our partners in India, Karanalia, who many of you will know and we've been working with for around 8-9 years now. We're going to start with a short film of some images from a recent trip we made to Karanalia, and then we'll get started. So that makes me want to go back immediately. As mentioned, we visited Karanalia in Chennai in India a few weeks ago, just 2 or 3 weeks ago we got back now. And we visited them, it was the first time since the pandemic that we've been able to be with them in person. And we also visited them to launch with them our new campaign together, Hit Gender-Based Violence for 6. They're preparing at the moment, as you can see from the film, and a few more things we'll tell you about. They're preparing for 2 Street Child World Cups at the moment. So in a week's time, they're heading off to Qatar, a girls' team representing India from Karanalia. And then also next year, the Street Child Cricket World Cup will be heading to India. And they're hoping to use these events, and we're hoping to do this with them, to highlight the issues of gender-based violence in the pavement-dwelling communities that they work in, and to really amplify the approaches, the 4 different approaches that they take to tackle and reduce gender-based violence in these communities. So we'll be talking a bit about those approaches today and a little bit more about their work. But Katie, it was your first time to Karanalia this time. So what were some of your first impressions?
Yeah, well, the photos have just brought it all back. Absolutely want to be back there. As you could see from the photos, and anyone who's been to India, you know that when you arrive, it's an assault on the senses, just so vibrant and bright, the colours, the sound, the roads, the traffic. And I've been talking about Karanalia for about 8 years. I've met Paul, like some of you have. I knew the work was going to be great that I was seeing, but actually nothing prepared me for how brilliant it was, for the depth and breadth of the work that they're doing there, for the commitment of the staff. I mean, talk about above and beyond, and for the relationships between the staff and the children in the shelter. If the staff, if we drove up, they were so pleased to see Paul and all his staff in the boys' shelter, the girls' shelter, big smiles. But actually, that also was the case when we went to the pavement-dwelling communities, the communities that Karanalia is working in. I visited other street projects, particularly in South Africa and Tombo, and also been involved in the Street Child World Cup. But I hadn't, and I'd heard lots about pavement-dwelling communities, but I hadn't really thought about, I think, the permanence of what that means, that these are families living on the streets rather than just, not rather than just children, but rather than children on their own. It's families living there for 60, 70 years in the tiniest of shelters, you know, small, and which they have to sleep outside of. There just isn't room for them within the shelters. People that were telling us about jobs, you know, jobs they had and studying, but still they're living in this situation on the streets. And what they need so much is advocacy, is people demanding their rights. And that's what Carinalia does so well, ensuring, and we're going to talk about some of that, but helping them to get the rights they have living there. Yeah, I was just blown away, to be quite honest.
Yeah, and so it was my first time back since the pandemic. I've been a couple of times, but it was my first time since the pandemic, and there was quite a lot of that we heard about that really was different since we'd last been. So during the pandemic, the communities on the street immediately were, the communities on the street were immediately affected by the lockdowns. There were some of the strictest lockdowns in India, and obviously they're daily wage earners who lost their income overnight. Carinalia, at the peak of the lockdowns of the second wave, they were feeding about 1,000 people a day, both at hospitals, in the queues of ambulances waiting to get into hospitals, but also food packages for communities on the street. And it was really clear that the impact of that support had built so much more trust with the communities. They hadn't been abandoned when everyone else abandoned them, and the impact of that on their ongoing work in pavement-dwelling communities was massive. And they had they'd worked with another 4 new communities during that time. They'd done really essential advocacy, such as ensuring that toilets were opened. The public toilets are the only facilities available to families living on the streets, and they were just left locked during the lockdowns. So Carinalia had done some kind of immediate advocacy to help with that situation. And communities that we met clearly felt so held by their support through the last 2 years.
And another thing that happened during the pandemic was the creation of the Niratuda movement. Can you tell us a little bit more about that, Karen?
Yeah, so during the pandemic, as well as the issues, of course, around things like lack of food and struggles to meet their basic needs, there was a really huge rise in domestic violence in pavement-dwelling communities during the pandemic. Rise in alcohol abuse and the pressures on families, understandably, led to increasing stresses for the families, and sadly that also led to increases in domestic violence. And a group of women in the fishing communities, which are supported by Carinalia too, came up, raised their voices and came up and organised themselves into a movement of women who are advocating for their own rights. They're trying to go to the police to make the police take them more seriously, and Carinalia have been educating and training women leaders in this movement now in 4 different communities who are leading a women's rights movement across pavement-dwelling communities and in the fishing communities. Niratuda is the name that these women chose for this movement, and Niratuda means, it's a very forceful word in Tamil. It basically means man, stop it. It's only addressed to men. It doesn't mean stop it anyone, it means stop it man. And the other members of the communities, mainly men and the police, were really alarmed when the women kind of used this term. It's not a respectful term. It's in a very kind of deferential society. It was quite surprising to them, but they stuck to their guns and they used this term. And this movement has now kind of formed another part of one of the 4 key approaches that Carinalia take in addressing gender-based violence, which is equipping women in pavement-dwelling communities to claim their own rights and the rights for their daughters. Speaking of daughters, Katie, can you maybe tell us about some of the younger women and girls that we met on our trip and the impact of Carinalia on their lives?
Yeah, so just looking at those photos, there were so many people whose stories I'd love to tell, and we will have the chance to do that in the coming months, but I'm just going to mention 2 of them today. A couple of girls that will really stick with me. So first of all, Priya, we met on the first morning that we were there. We went and visited her where she lived with her father, 2 older brothers and 2 younger sisters, living in the pavement-dwelling community of Moore Street. And she showed us where she lived, which was, and I think that, here we are. She lives by the open sewers. Okay, so it's a pretty tough place to see. And we went and we sat with her, and actually today I'd like to be sitting on the floor talking with Karen, because the whole time we were there, we were sitting in circles talking with young girls and women about their situation. And there was something about sitting down together on the floor on the pavement doing that. And we sat with her, and she told us about the incredible support she's had from Carinalia. She's been working with them since, she's 18 now. They've been working with her since she was 12. They've provided supplementary education. They do this doing classes on the streets to help the kids. Education is really important to, particularly for the girls, but for everyone, of course. And they continue doing that supplementary education when they could during lockdown as well. Schools were closed for a really long time. They helped her with that education when her mother died and she was finding it really hard to go back to school. They gave her counselling. A lot of the work that Carinalia does is also providing counselling for young people, and got her back into school. And she proudly told us how she's 18, she's about to start her BA in history with a view to becoming a lawyer, because she wants to change the injustice she feels that the way that people are treated within her community, and the discrimination. She also told us with a massive smile on her face about going to the children's camps that Carinalia run, where there's also counselling again and chance to do lots of fun activities. She gets involved in the sport, the football. She's also involved in the cricket now. And you could see what a support Carinalia had been for her, and now and also for her younger sisters. And they're involved in doing the cricket now. But she also told us about the lack of access to toilets. She has to walk really far. They're often closed. And she told us how she doesn't, about the fact that life on the streets doesn't feel safe and is hard. It's hard for girls. And I think Priya's story is a good way of showing an example of one of the 4 ways that Carinalia works with people, with girls, empowering girls to know their rights and to change their perceptions of themselves by supporting them to stay in school and through their activity camps. And you'll hear more about Priya as her story forms part of the Autumn Appeal we're going to talk about in a bit. One of the other approaches that they use is addressing the impact of gender-based violence and inequality on girls' lives by providing one-to-one support, sheltered accommodation and counselling. And one of the other girls we met is someone who's actually in the shelter. And she was a girl who, she's 14, same age as my daughter, and she's only been there 4 months. She was brought there by the police because her family, who are a nomadic family, had arranged a marriage for her at 14, which is obviously illegal. And she was taken to the shelter, and we met her in the shop. A little shop that they're now running. Paula told me about this shop they were going to be running at Carinalia to help get young people working, but also to provide income towards their work. I was imagining a bit of a scruffy building to the side of the shelter, but it is a very smart mini market that they've set up. And with the young people there working, we met her there. She explained to me that the first thing that Carinalia did was try to get her into education. But she said it just didn't work, and I think with her nomadic background, she hadn't had much chance of education. So for the time being, she said, I'm in the shop, and I'm learning how to deal with the customers and how to set out the products, and showing me the shelves that she'd set out, and how to order stock and why we have the stock. She told me very proudly that she is friends with the older girls in the shelter, and they talk about movies a lot and have a lot of good times together, and that she finally feels safe and looked after, and that is where she wants to be for the time being.
In that story you just mentioned, Katie, the reality that many girls are affected by in Carinalia's work, that is child marriage. And I had one day of illness, which meant I missed this day on the trip. But Katie, you attended a workshop, didn't you, on the pavement with a group of girls that were talking about child marriage?
Yeah. So again, sitting around in a circle on the pavement with a group of girls aged 10 to 17, although quite a few of the girls had brought their much younger siblings who were just sitting on their knees kind of listening or playing. And I was really pleased to hear, first of all, Bhavana telling us that actually child marriage within the communities has become much lower. So although the girl I mentioned was from a shelter, within Bhavana, who works for Karunalia, was saying it is much lower than it was because they spend time with the young girls. And what I was really impressed with was they started to talk about, you are a child until you're 18. You have the right to be a child. It's a really important right. What are the things that society owes you because you're a child? What can you give society because you're a child? And actually, you're just a child, but you have this right to be a child. And it was just really powerful. They spent time explaining the importance of education and why they would, as girls, if they married at 14, they'd be out of education. And that was really important. And the girls had obviously done other sessions in other areas, and they told us about the other things they'd learned about, because they were very quick to put their hands up and speak out and be empowered. And Bhavana's saying that the levels had gone down. We could see when we were in at Beach Station, one of the other communities, later on in the week, when we met a lovely mother called Kalavani, who's told us, I'm 28, I was married at 15, and she had 2 girls, so I think we're probably about 10 and 12, I guess. And she said, but now I understand life, and my girls will not marry till they're 21. And you could see that throughout. And we were in Beach Station, actually, for Theatre of the Oppressed, which is another way that that Karunalia talk about work with communities. The staff are all just great sports, frankly, because they get involved in doing these plays that we saw them practicing beforehand. In these plays, you're not allowed to use any props, so the humans have to be all props. So they were often playing chairs and doors and various things. And they do plays about hard-hitting issues. We were there listening to a play about child abuse, or watching a play about child abuse. We weren't listening much, in fairness, because we couldn't understand the language. But it was translated, and even without that, it was clear, a story about what could happen in a certain situation. And then they stop, and the staff ask the young people, and not just the young people, the audience, we're going to redo this play now. Please come up whenever you want to, push us out the way and take over one of the parts, and reimagine it so that you can change the outcome of this story. And at first, I wondered if anyone was going to go up, because, we all feel a bit awkward about those things. But first, the women were going up again. This lady that I've just mentioned, she went up there. And then I watched her daughter go up next. She was role modeling for her daughter. Her daughter went up, she pushed someone out the way, reenacted it, and then turned to the children and went, never let a stranger in your house without the parents, very strongly. And they also talk about, it's not just child abuse, they would use those plays for child marriage, for domestic violence, and you could really see it working within the communities. You could even see the police watching because they closed the street, and we were wondering, hoping that was really having an impact on them too.
So as I mentioned right at the beginning, we're going to we've been talking just at the beginning about the impact of things like the Cricket World Cup and the Street Show World Cup on Karunalia's work, and how they now have 2 opportunities for advocacy using sports in the next 12 months. So this month, in a week or 2, as I mentioned, the girls team will be going to Qatar, and we just received a film that we're going to show you, which was made by a national newspaper in India as they prepare for their Qatar campaign. So I'll just show this.
This is Sandhya. She is a class 12 student who used to sell vegetables along with her mother in Chennai. Today, she leads Team India in the upcoming Street Child Football World Cup 2022 at Doha, Qatar.
சாதாரணமான தெருவில் இருக்கிற குழந்தைங்க எங்களுக்கு இப்படிப்பட்ட ஒரு சான்ஸ் கிடைச்சிருக்கிறோம். அது யாருக்குமே கிடைக்காதது எங்களுக்கு கிடைச்சிருக்கு அப்படின்னு சொல்லிட்டு அதை நினைக்கிறப்ப எங்களுக்கு எல்லாருக்குமே வந்து ரொம்ப பெருமையா இருக்கு.
Sandhya and her 9 teammates are from Karunalaya Social Service Society. It is a non-governmental organization that works for the rehabilitation of street children.
9 girls will be representing India at the Street Child Football World Cup in Qatar in the month of October. Karunalaya is happy and proud to lead Team India girls to the Street Child Football World Cup in Qatar.
They will be heading to Doha to play in the tournament from October 6 to 16.
நாங்கள் வந்து காலையிலையும் ஈவினிங்லையும் வந்து எப்பவுமே ப்ராக்டிஸ் பண்ணுவோம். காலையில் வந்து எம்பிடியில் போய் ப்ராக்டிஸ் பண்ணுவோம். ஈவினிங் வந்து பெரம்பூர் கேரேஜ் அப்படிங்கிற ஒரு இடத்துல போயிட்டு நாங்கள் டெய்லியும் ப்ராக்டிஸ் இருக்கும். ஒரு நாள் கூட நாங்கள் மிஸ் பண்ண மாட்டோம்.
These children have been given a platform and are trained under special coaches for the evening. Football has healed, empowered and transformed their lives.
நாங்கள் வந்து நிறைய டைம் ஸ்கூலில் கஷ்டப்பட்டுருக்கோம். அப்புறம் வந்து வீட்டில் நிறைய ப்ராப்ளம் இருக்கும். அந்த கஷ்டத்தெல்லாம் வந்து நாங்கள் படிப்பில் இருக்கும்போதும் அந்த மைண்ட் செட் வந்து எங்களுக்கு வராது, படிக்கணும் அப்படின்னு சொல்லி. ஏன்னா வீட்டில் ஞாபகமாகவே இருக்கும். ஆனால் நாங்கள் ஃபுட்பால் ப்ராக்டிஸ் வந்து உடனே எல்லா கஷ்டமும் எங்களுக்கு எப்படி இருக்குன்னே தெரியாது. ஃபுட்பால் விளையாட உடனே எல்லா கஷ்டமும் அப்படியே பறந்து போயிட்டு எங்களுக்கு.
In the past, children from Karunalaya have traveled to Brazil, Russia and England to play football and cricket.
எங்களுக்கு முன்னாடி வந்து ரஷ்யா போயிட்டு வந்திருக்காங்க. அவங்க போயிட்டு வந்தப்ப நாங்கள் வந்து புதுசு. ஏன்னா வந்து இவங்கெல்லாம் ரஷ்யா போகும்போது எங்ககிட்ட நிறைய சொல்லியிருக்காங்க. இவங்க வந்து ரஷ்யா போகிறாங்க அப்படின்னு எங்ககிட்ட நிறைய சொல்லியிருக்காங்க. அப்போ நாங்கள்லாம் யோசிப்போம், நம்மளும் இந்த மாதிரி நம்மளுக்கு ஒரு வாய்ப்பு கிடைக்கும், நம்மளும் வந்து இந்த மாதிரி போவோம் அப்படின்னு சொல்லி ஒரு நம்பிக்கை எங்களுக்குள்ள.
Despite their busy schedule, they juggle practice sessions and lessons judiciously.
இன்னும் எக்ஸாம் இருக்கு அப்படின்ற மாதிரி நாங்கள் வந்து ஃபுட்பால் எத்தனை மணிக்கு போயிட்டு வந்தாலுமே வந்து அந்த டைமில் நாங்கள் உட்காந்து 2 மணியாக இருந்தாலும் சரி 3 மணியாக இருந்தாலும் அந்த டைமில் உட்காந்து நாங்கள் படித்து எங்களால் முடிஞ்ச அளவுக்கு படித்து நாங்கள் எக்ஸாம் எழுதுவோம்.
Children from 25 countries including Brazil, Bangladesh, Mexico, Egypt, Peru, the United States, England, Hungary and Pakistan will participate in the World Cup, which will be held for 10 days.
So we're really excited to see the progress of Karunalia's team. They are admittedly much better at cricket than football, but we still support them on their journey to Qatar. So sport, as you can hear from the girls who spoke just then, has become a really vital part of Karunalia's strategy of enabling girls to experience freedom that everyone deserves. And it's helped girls to transform community perceptions of them. It's helped them to transform their own perceptions of themselves. And particularly in quite conservative communities like communities on the pavement, sport has not really been a domain that girls have had access to. It's always been the domain of boys. Even this time when we went and saw Monisha, who played cricket for India in 2019, playing cricket in the street, she's the only girl there. And at Karunalia, there are girls playing sport all the time, but in the rest of the communities, it's pretty rare. But just the experience of playing sport starts to transform community perceptions of girls and what they're able to do and what their families think is appropriate for them to do. So India is hosting the Street Child Cricket World Cup next year, looking ahead past the Football World Cup. And they're the reigning champions, Karunalia. They won in Lord's Cricket Ground in 2019. And then the Street Child World Cup for cricket is going to India next year. So this is giving them a really enormous platform internationally, nationally, locally, to highlight the campaigns that they want to highlight, to amplify the impact of their work in the communities that they're working in. And it will help them to raise awareness, particularly of gender-based violence and the steps needed to stop it. So as we've mentioned these steps, it's things like the Niratuda movement for women's empowerment. It's things like the individual support that Karunalia are offering to girls who've experienced gender-based violence. It's the community awareness sessions like Theatre of the Oppressed and the child marriage sessions and increasing access to sport for girls, and they want to equip girls and young women to be able to live the lives that they dream of. So some of the additional things in the next 18 months that they're hoping to do in the run-up to the Street Child Cricket World Cup is to work more in communities using cricket to engage more community members, including men and boys, on conversations around gender-based violence. They're wanting to get more press coverage like that, but also local press in Tamil, so that more community members are changing their perceptions. They're wanting to engage local police stations, aiming for 12 different police stations in the areas that they're working in, to sensitize the police officers, to offer training to the more junior members of the teams, who are often the ones engaging with the communities, on taking gender-based violence seriously. They're wanting to further equip the Niratuda movement of the women's rights movement in these communities to achieve more of the things that they want to achieve for their communities and their daughters. And one of the things that they mentioned to us was they wanted to do more training. The women wanted to do more training in this Tamil martial art with their daughters for self-defense, which we're excited about. And of course, engage more girls in more sports sessions. That it's not just about sport, it's about transforming their own perceptions and the community perceptions of the girls. So they're running loads of different things. They might seem all quite individual, different programs, but they're all super interconnected. They're all part of this bigger strategy that Karanalia are really investing in to transform the realities for girls and young women on the streets. And this is what we are also extremely committed to with them.
Thanks, Karen. Yes, so that's what Karanalia are doing, and what we're going to be doing. Well, we're going to be talking about this and talking about Karanalia for the next 18 months in the lead up to the Cricket World Cup, continuing to obviously support their regular programs, but also to support these other initiatives in the lead up. But we can't do that without you. So we're launching our Autumn Appeal, which is for Karanalia, and you'll be seeing that this week. There'll be an email out with the story of Priya, the young lady that I told you about who lives by the sewers. There'll be more information about that. So the first thing we're asking you to do is support our appeal, either by making a one-off donation, or we've had the kids when we were away asking people to join our team. They did it much better than me. And to get people to commit to giving regularly to Karanalia. £8.50 a month means that a girl like Priya could receive counselling, one-to-one counselling throughout that month, and also some group counselling. £25 means that £25 donation would mean that a girl could go on a camp for 3 nights with activities, food, counsellors there, professionals there with them. £45 a month keeps someone in a shelter and includes their education, food, accommodation, and all of those things. So it keeps them in a shelter for a month. So we're asking you to do that, but more importantly, we're asking you to just join the journey with us this year as we talk about Karanalia and we get people. This is the Cricket World Cup. Wouldn't it be great if we had people doing community cricket matches, be it in their churches, their schools, their local cricket club? Go and talk to your local cricket club. Get people to do that, to raise money and to raise awareness for Karanalia. And we'll be thinking of all sorts of ways we can get you involved and get your communities involved to really support the team and help us to work with this project and help them do the work that they're doing against gender-based violence. So, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. So do get involved. It's going to be a great celebration next year, the cricket. And there's so many different things you can do in the run-up to it, and just enjoy it. You saw the delight of all the people there, and let's savour that. Now, there's 2 people who've just arrived who are very special friends of ours. And so, Mariam, are you happy to stand up as well and come up at the front for a second? Judani and Mariam, it's wonderful to have you here. Mariam, just come up to the front for 1 second. We won't embarrass you for very long. Judani is going to join us here, but Mariam is the power behind the throne. I think would be one way of describing it. Mariam, this is your first time in the UK, isn't it? Yeah. How are you finding it so far? Yeah. Just begin to, yeah. Just grab them.
She says that she enjoyed to be here for the first time.
It's wonderful to have you here after all the hospitality we've enjoyed at yours. Yeah. And is it nice to be away from the children for a few days? Anyway, thank you so much for being here. It's wonderful to have you. Giudone, it's great to see you again.
I'm very happy to be back here.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I'm trying to think, we saw each other briefly earlier in the summer when you kind of came a flying visit on your way to America as well, and it's lovely to have you back here now.
Thank you.
When we last saw each other, you were saying that the situation in Ukraine was having a dreadful impact on Burundi. Could you say a little bit more about that and how it's developed since then as well?
Thank you so much.
I should have just say, for those of you who don't know who I'm speaking to now, because I just realized, I'm assuming everybody knows who you are. Giudone is the founder of New Generation Burundi, our partner project in Burundi, which we work with Street Action, and Nick at the back here is from Street Action. We work jointly together to support them and have been so inspired by their work. So Giudone and Mariam, it's wonderful to have you here today. Thank you so much for being here. And now, the impact of the Ukraine war.
Thank you so much. Yes, I'm very happy to be back here and to be able to share what is happening in Burundi. Yes, there is an impact of Ukraine, but before that, for those who don't know, Burundi is just in a transition after elections which happened in 2020. I mean, we have a new government, new president. And then since the end of 2020 to today, we're still in a transition after a president have been in power for more than 15 years. That's also make our country not be stable in terms of there's still in a fragile state, as a fragile state for the moment. And then when the Ukraine crisis started, the main big impact, like have been happening in many countries in Africa, was not to have enough fuel, like because most of the companies bringing fuel in the country, coming from Tanzania and other neighbors countries, they've been affected with the Ukraine war. And then also additional to the fact that the new government was not strong enough to be able to manage the crisis, we end up find ourselves that without having fuel. Try to imagine a country where you go to the queue for fuel, it can take 3 to 5 days. You have to wait, and then some like a third of the cars will have fuel, others are not going to have fuel. I mean, the first one going to have will be those who are for the people in government, and then the commercial activities like transportation, common transportation, the truck taking food back in the city and everything is they have been affected, and all the prices went high. It started in the beginning was around 30% high, but it keep going up. Some of the costs of food and other things we need every day is now almost 50% higher now because of the cost of the transportation and lack of the fuel. And that's also have created some issues in terms of conflict between the leaders. Recently, less than 3 weeks, 2 weeks, the president have to remove the Premier Minister in his position and then choose another Premier Minister. And you may understand how this can bring a change. You may be
we're not familiar with that at all.
Somehow cousin to you that way. And we went through this in this moment. You have changed the government. I mean, if the Prime Minister is changed, the government is changed. And then it's only 1 week now. We try to have a new government, try to run things. And yeah, all this have been affecting everyday life. Transportation is affected. September is when the school started, and try to imagine the kids going to school when there's not enough buses to go to school for those who have been taking buses, and the parent cannot even have enough fuel. It's still very chaotic to manage in terms of transportation. And also the previous government those who have been in the previous government just changed 2 weeks ago. They make some decisions which look not really wise decisions, like to stop the motor bicycle not to run in the main city, which was the common transportation, and also some kind of covered motor bicycle, tuk-tuk, was also not allowed to run in the city. And I mean, transportation have been really affected in different ways, and also make high all the prices.
And so, I mean, Burundi, many people are on the borderline of basically starvation, really, isn't it, at times, in some of the cities particularly. I mean, I imagine it's just had a really drastic effect on just people's ability to eat.
Yeah, it's difficult because maybe for those who don't know, if you Google Burundi for the moment, is listed as like the poorest country in the world for the moment, according to some of the statistics, showing even less than poor on level which is less than the previous poorest country in the world in the last 2 years. I mean, that affects not only because we cannot transport food, but also we spend more than almost 30 years in civil war. I mean, people have been not yet really on the track of working hard and growing our food. It's a green country. We can grow any kind of food from north to south. We really, it's a rich country. We talk about natural resources and how we can grow any kind of food. But because of management and also the issue of a civil war, we're not able to have enough food. That's the reason why, even if for the moment, we are not going through the civil war like it used to be before, but most of the street children we have now in our program is because their parents cannot feed them and they send back them on the streets. We still have that issue of people hungry, even if you look like a country which can grow any kind of food. Thank you.
We'll talk more about the election and some of your story in a few minutes. But what I wanted to ask, I remember, I mean, I visited you several times, and I can't remember if it was the first or second time I was there, but I just remember you talking about the last being first, and how that bit from the Bible just so transformed how you understood children on the streets and their potential. And I wonder if you could say a little bit about that and how that's really driven so much of the vision for New Generation.
Yeah, as you said, it's not me who said that. It's Jesus who said that before.
Sorry.
The first time. But I have been going back. No, he said that because I've been telling him according to what he had been saying, because I was like, okay. When I saw that in the Bible, I was like, yeah, why not? Maybe this is true. Let's try it and see if it's possible. In '98, because I find myself on the street also during the civil war in '90s and find some of the street kids there, living there, it was very clear in my heart that, yes, those children who are forgotten, one day they can become leaders and change the history of our country. And in our new generation, we don't believe that there are things which are really impossible. We believe that, yes, if you trust in God, you can see things which look like impossible become possible. And our focus has been to say, okay, we're not a charity for helping hungry street children and try to feed them. We are not helping street children. We never use that kind of a term when we are talking to young people in our program. Our mission is to raise the next generation of leaders from the forgotten ones, those who have been on the street, but see how they can come from there to be the future leaders of our country. Why? Because we believe, first of all, what they went through have made them to be resilient, and they're people who can really understand how they can work hard to shape the future of the country. In the same time, also believe that those who have been living on street, they are not divided like other people in the families. Because in our country, people have been killing each other because of ethnicity, or because of political issues, even sometimes religion. But street children are street children. They are not Hutu or Tutsi, they don't feel Catholic or Protestant. They just feel street kids. And then when they grow up, they become a new tribe together, and they can really show the example of unity and reconciliation in our country. It's the reason why we invest in them and give them opportunity to be the ones who are going to impact the society. And that was a dream in 98, 90 something, and we started. It's no longer a dream for the moment because we start to see that become a reality in our lives. I can see the street children who now go to the Street Child World Cup, come back in Burundi as the heroes, to the level even the national football team haven't been to. And when we see how now those who grew up in our program taking position of influence in the country, even ourselves, you see as me and my wife, we are not a couple who are helping street children. I met her when she came for the first time in New Generation. She was coming to learn, to receive also teachings, and then I remember asking who want to help with the street children who are there in the program. She volunteered to help to shower the kids because there are some very young kids who need people to take care of them. And also when I met her, she was like saying, I'll never be married, I'll never be having children, and because of what happened to her in the past. And then when I see her myself, other leaders in New Generation who are former street children, and I see the impact we already started to have in the country, and I see the youngest who are now doing very well at school, we believe that the last can be the first. And we believe that will be a very good example we're going to show in the country. And we believe that it's not going to be an example only for Burundi, also for the rest of the world.
Thank you, Jidane. Yeah, definitely do feel free to. Not only do you work with children in the streets, but you work throughout Burundi. And you mentioned briefly the Street Child World Cup, and we'll come back to that again in a few moments. Do you want to just say a little bit about some of that wider work in the clubs and the communities throughout Burundi, and that kind of, because we don't normally talk about that very much as we focus on the girls, really, but some of that wider work which you've been involved in for quite a number of years now.
Yes, thank you so much. Most of the time people ask about the work we do with the street children, but we are not, it's not the work we do with the street children is to raise them to become leaders, people of influence. And how can we measure the influence is when those former street children go back to the communities with another message of peace and reconciliation, forgiveness, and then try to gather other young people from schools, from churches, and from other areas, and give them a message as examples also themselves, show what is possible. What we do, New Generation is known in Burundi as a movement. It's not a charity just for street children. It's a movement of young people. What we do, the young people in our program go to the communities, and we do community events. Sometimes we gather, the last one we did, we gathered around 2,000 people. What we do, the former street children who are playing football, soccer, they go in the communities, and that as a hero who have been playing the international competitions, people come to see them because they know they are very well known from the radio, they've been received by the president, and then when people come together, these young people give a message of peace and reconciliation, showing what we managed to do ourselves, because myself, in 2003, I went back to forgive the person who killed my father, and to now, with my family, I've been supporting his kids going through school, and one of them is already graduated, as an example of what is possible, because we understand that forgiveness is not just words. We say is to do something good for the person who forgive. And we want to teach that. The kids themselves, they manage to forgive the people who maybe push them to be on the streets. Some have to forgive their parents. It's not easy. Like an example also with my wife, she went through that kind of trauma, which took like 10 years to be able to forgive her parents. And also some of the other young people go back and say, we did this, you can also do that. And we give that message of reconciliation. After that, those who join our clubs, they go through a leadership course we do for a year, when we give them the basic of servant leadership values, and they start to work as a club in the community. Where we can, we start a cooperative where the people in the community who have been divided because of civil war come together and do farming in a program we call Redeeming the Land, because we say that in this land there's so much blood have been shed during the civil war. How can we grow crops from this land and share the crops as a sign of reconciliation from different areas? And then they start to work together, and we have football clubs where they play football. They are not street children. They are those who have been reached in the community by the former street children in our program. And that's what we do around the country in different communities. And it's the reason why if you come to Burundi and you talk about new generation, they don't think about just street children. They think about the movement, which have been touching many young leaders who now in schools, secondary school, universities, and other areas, they have changed their way of thinking, because we believe that the main issue in our country is not because of geography, it's not because of other things, it's because of our mindset. And then we have to change our mindset, starting the new generation, the young people, and then suddenly we can see the country flourishing and change what had been happening in the last 6 years since independence.
Thank you. You've got a wonderful staff team, and Teddy, who is, what's his actual title now? 'Cause I always get
Program manager, yeah.
Yeah, I thought it was, Teddy, who leads the programs, leads your entrepreneurship work. And 3 years ago, 4 years ago, time before last I was there, they were just recruiting young women for the entrepreneurship program. And it was, these women, most of them had children, they were really kind of trying to work out, could they do this? And most of them in a desperately difficult situation. A year later, we came back, or 2 years later, and we saw these same young women transformed. And they were grilling me and Nick with loads of different questions about ourselves as we talked to them, and had one of the most phenomenal sessions I've ever had, and that's a year as a youth worker. And I wondered if you could say a little bit about that entrepreneurship program with those young women and the way it has transformed so many lives.
Yes, thank you. As you said, we have a program which is not a very new program, but recent, in the last few years. We started. Teddy, who's the program manager, but is the one really managing New Generation in the whole for now, because I'm no longer involved in the everyday life of a New Generation. Have focused on that program. Why? First, for two reasons. One, in the beginning of New Generation, starting to work with the street children, the majority of the street children we were finding on the street were the children who are victims of the civil war. And then from some years ago, there's no civil war going on, but we start to see a new category of street children coming on the street. And the majority of them, are those who are sent on the street as children who have been born from a mother who have been raped or other issues, and then they don't want to keep the kids, and they send them on the street. And then we see many organizations coming on the street and focus on orphans. And when you come and find a street child on the street and you ask, are you orphan? He'll say no. But why are you living on the street? And then you find those children are much more vulnerable than orphans, because they have parents who don't like them, who, for different reasons. We have some cases where even some mothers want to kill their children when they become drunk or depressive, when they remember how they become pregnant. And then you find the kids are there, but the most dangerous person in their lives are their parents, because they didn't see the father or the mother taking care of them. And when we start to do kind of research, we realize that most of those children come from young girls who are on street, or who are girl workers in houses, become pregnant, and they send the children on street. And we say, as we cannot continue only supporting the kids on the street, let's try to see how we can prevent that to happen, for the girls to give birth and then send the kids on street. And then we start to target to find who are the girls at risk to become pregnant. And then how can we help them to understand how we can prevent them to find themselves giving birth and send the kids on the street. Is that we have started that program, bringing these girls at risk in our program and start to understand what they need and see if there's a possibility to give them, first of all, hope for the future, but also help them to have their own income. They don't need to go to prostitution or other reason which can bring them to be pregnant. The second reason we focus on that program, most of the time when you come on streets, you're not going to see quickly many girls on the street. And you think our only street children are boys. But the reason is that most of the girls, people in their homes, the communities, they take them in their houses, not with the purpose of helping them, just because they can work for them and then take care of their kids, their children, or sometimes they are abused. It's the reason why we say, let's make sure that we go to houses where we see girls who are much more under 18 years old, and then give them opportunity to come to our center and share the stories and see if there are those who in emergency need support, or if we can help them to find how they can do their own job or go back to school, not to have to continue to serve in houses and make their lives like slaves, really. And this is how the program started. And with also some of information from on her term project we've been doing here, we start to see how to to have a strategy to make sure we help those girls not to send the children on the street, but also themselves, they're also still children. Most of them are under 18 years old. We are not yet very proud of the result of the program, not because of what we are doing, because we don't have enough resources for that program, specific program, because it's beyond what we do for the children we send at school. Is really to make sure those girls become really young girls who are proud, who can go back to school, who can have their own income-generating activities. Is a bit more costing than just to send the kids at school and take care of the kids in the houses. But already the few who are in our program, we are very happy to see the result and the change and how we can rescue some of them who are in very dangerous situation. Because children on the street we find on our outreach program, it's easy to meet with them. But if you don't see them, they are hide somewhere in the houses. And then also there is a risk if they come to the program and they know they have been to the program, sometimes they can have some issues back home. We think how to take that to another level now. We are praying and talking to different friends to see if there's possibility to have enough resources for that specific program.
Well, let's see a little bit of that program, if that's okay. And then we'll carry on and I'll ask you a few more questions about the election particularly. So let's watch that film now, and then we'll come back in just a minute.
barafatwa ku ngufu kubera icya mbere nta kintu na kimwe kiriko kirabaproteja canke baja gukora ubuzi bwo gukora mu mazu ugaca usanga ababakoresha nibo bakora bafata ku ngufu.
Muri gisata cyo gutunganya imigambi narize ingene umuntu ashobora kwikura mu bukene utarinze gusaba hirya no hino, baratwereka ingene ushobora guhindura umugambi ukava mu mugambi w'igihugu ukaja mu wundi bivuye muri wowe nyene.
Irabaha akaryo keza ko kuvuga ico bashaka, ico babona, ico boshobora gukora, kandi nka motiva abandi bakobwa bagenzanje gushika ku ndoto yawo, umwe ku ndoto yiwe, kuko muri sosiyete tubayemo ntituronka ako karyo ko gukora ivyo byose dushaka, ariko muri new generation turashaka kugera ahantu.
Ubwa mbere kenshi ibintu bijyanye n'umwana naraza ngaha ababwira ati umwana bimeze ukuntu n'ukuntu muga ibyo ngo ndabyikorera arwaye cyangwa ngibyo icyo nkabwira muganga kandi ari icyo mfise nkagishikana bakabona ko niko namukurikira. Kuvuga ubwa mbere umwaka warahera n'ubundi ntagiye umwaka uvana ntanguye gukora hanyuma ubu ndagenda n'agakuru ngahano ibyo bihagana cyane mu kintu ndetse mu bwa mbere barandumvira mfise ubwenge ni ukuvuga ibyiyumviro mfise n'ibyiyumviro bingeza kure kimwe gusa no kumva ariko ndabona mu buryo bubonetse ndumva kabisa yuko ndi umuntu udasanzwe.
umwe wese yumva abaye satisfait y'ikintu kivuye muri we, gukora ico yiyumvamo, ico ashaka, hama akagera ku kintu kiboneka.
Ubwo ntabwo nzira inyigisho n'ukuri amajambo make nk'ahantu haherereye ubuzima bwarahindutse kuko byaranyaguye mu mutwe. Hari ishyirahamwe yepfo ndongoye ryo guhuriza abantu nyene bato bato nka twebwe ndabahuriza hamwe tugakora ishyirahamwe kuvuga tugeze ku rwego rwiza, ari utuntu nyambaro ari igihumbi cyangwa ibihumbi bibiri uraganduka kubika ukeneye nk'ingurane nyene y'igihe tutabona bakaguha. Ni ukuri ubundi afite ijambo ahantu hose ndiyumva kabisa nanjye ko n'imigambi.
Bizinesi yanjye ndiko ndakora ubunye ndiko ndandaza ibiranga by'abadamu n'abakobwa. Indoto yanjye muri kazoza ndashaka nzoba umufunisero w'ibintu by'ibirato birya by'abagore n'abadamu, mfunisa abakomesa bo mu Burundi.
And so it's a truly remarkable piece of work, and yeah, it's just one of my most favourite memories of seeing any piece of work. Giordano, when we came over 2 years ago, just over 2 years ago, you were running for president, obviously, as people do. Tell us a little bit why you ran for president, first of all, and then a little bit about that kind of whole process and what you learned from running for president.
Yeah, so I was surprised because there was no red carpet when I was coming in here. Yes, in 2020 I was an independent presidential candidate in our country. And the question why, because we believe the last will be the first, but also because we think that Burundi young people needs another message of hope. Because during the elections in the last 6 years, we have found that every time there's elections, there's a message of division between Burundians. And we wanted to have a campaign where young people receive another message of unity and reconciliation. And then also a message telling them, even if you don't win, if your candidate doesn't win, you should not go back and fight and kill each other. And that was the main focus, was to give a message of peace and reconciliation. Second was also to give an example to those young people, the former street children, that even myself, who was a former street child, was able to run to be a candidate, they can also dream to go far and have a much more impact in the future of the country. And also, in the third, I can say, why not? You're thinking, we never know, we maybe win the elections. And we had a very good manifesto, which we say that if we win, we'll use that manifesto to change the country, but if not, we're going to make sure that the leaders in the position are going to also to work and use the same manifesto we had, because many young people have worked on that manifesto with very detailed things which should be done in the country. That was the three main objectives. And then it's the reason why even today when the media ask us, you lose elections, we say we really didn't lose, because our main focus was reached. For the first time since 60s in Burundi, in only 2020 is when, after elections, there was no killings between young people and also between leaders in political parties. We used to know that after elections, there was going to be killings between young people. And this was the first time in Burundi when there were no killings between young people from political parties, even if some are not very happy, but they knew there was a message, very clear message, that they should not go back in this kind of attitude of killings. And also, we see that in one way or another, how that have been bring a respect to the street children, to the young people in the country, because they see them bringing kind of add value to what had been happening during the campaign. That was the main focus, really, to give that message, and we see the results of the message.
The election result was anything but fair, I think would be a reasonable description from it. And your response to that was very magnanimous, was kind of very generous, because you could have challenged it and things like that. Do you think that had a big influence on the other parties and how, because it was a very corrupt election, really, wasn't it?
Yeah, the results was something else. And I think among 7 presidential candidates, I was the only one who did an official kind of press conference to say that the result was not really correct one way or another. And the ruling party were not very happy, but they knew I was talking about the truth. And I didn't say I don't going to accept the one who's going to be approved by the commission, but was just to talk about the process. The things was not very clear. That was not, that didn't please those who win and please those who didn't win, but it was really clear that we wanted to give a message that they should say the truth in details what happened. But at the same time, we give a message of saying, even if you're not happy with the result, you should not use violence as a way of respond or react. And that also was a very clear message to the young people, and say, even if maybe you're not happy, just wait what the court will say, and then respect the institutions, and then make sure that there's no violence again happening in our country. That was also another opportunity to give the same message of peace after elections.
I thought it was really telling, the response and that lack of violence, because the FCDO here, the advice is don't travel to Burundi if there's an election because there's going to be so much violence. And to see that there wasn't the violence there was really remarkable, and it was a remarkable journey. Since the election, you've been doing a lot of media-based work. You've got a YouTube channel, is that right? Which gets hundreds of thousands of people watching you every week. Mm-hmm. Is that right?
Yeah, we have a program called Amos Talk Show, because there was no debate during the campaign. We didn't find an opportunity to debate about what we have as in our manifesto. And I was not happy with that, and say, okay, even if we didn't use that, we didn't have a debate during the campaign, let's find a way to give opportunity for people to express themselves. And after the campaign, I started a talk show, which is Amos Talk Show. It is live on TV, on social media, and we stream live. We approximately around 1 million people following live, and then some people really responding to that. We have been touching different topics. I have guests from former street children to former president of the country, and also from business people. The last one I did was about healing of the wounds of the past. I had guests from Burundi and from abroad coming to the program. Really, that's have created an opportunity for people to express themselves and show what is possible in Burundi, and also talk about those who have been successful. For example, have the best runner woman in, I think, 5,000 meters in the world. She has been in a program and been inviting different people to share their story. That is another way to continue to communicate what is possible in Burundi for young people not to lose hope for the future.
And can we ask you that question, which I have to ask you really, are you going to run again for president? Are you going to give a politician's answer and not really say?
I didn't know you are a politician, but for me to run as a presidential candidate was not a personal ambition. It's not because I want to be I'm not a politician, because if it was that, I was going just to join a political party. Since I was young to today, I haven't never been to a political party. I was not going to run 2020 if it was not the young people and the leaders of civil society who asked me to stand, because they knew that I've been teaching them about leadership. And then the next elections in 2027, today I can't just do what I'm doing, thinking and planning for the next elections. And it's not going to be myself coming and stand up and say, I want to become president. I don't know. It will depend what civil society, the leaders of the community, if they choose me to stand for them and represent them, why not? But if we choose somebody else, because maybe represent the value, have more possibilities to win, why not? What I'm going to make sure is to support each candidate who will be focusing on servant leadership model than the self-serving leadership model. That the main thing can be me or someone else, but it's very early to know about that.
Thank you. Yeah, we're going to follow it very closely, obviously, and see where that gets to. I'm going to flip back to the Street Child World Cup now. You've got a team going to Doha in a few weeks' time, is that correct?
Yeah.
How are they going to get on?
Yeah, it's really good to see now. We're going to participate in the Street Child World Cup in Doha. The team will be leaving next week, and good exercise to see that our young leaders now take over. To be the first time they're going to leave when I'm not in the country.
Brilliant.
And then it's not going to be me taking the team. It's not going to be the national responsible of new generation, the program manager, Teddy, taking the team. It's going to be one of the former street children who come in our house, because on our wedding day, me and my wife, we had 30 street children living together with us. I remember on a wedding day, I had 30 street children, and they did a surprise reading a letter to welcome my wife. And they're saying, we used to have a father, now we're going to have a mother. That was our wedding day. And then one of the youngest in the house, Eric, who's now in charge of a street children program, he's now leading the team to Qatar as the leader of the team. And the team is now ready. We have all things needed, tickets already there. We have a visa, we have vaccination cards, and they're going to do PCR tests. It's needed for Qatar Monday. The team is ready to represent the country and also to give the message. They are really this kind of third generation of street children who have been in the Street Child World Cup. And yes, the main thing is to give a message because we are focusing on education, how education is important for street children, but also in Brazil become second in the world, in Russia third in the world in the competition. They are now confident to win the World Cup and go back with the cup. But it's not the main thing. Is just to be there and to give the message, and also to give testimony of what new generation have been doing.
I mean, hopefully they will win. Although I better say that also, hopefully Tanzania will win and all our other partners will win as well. But we're really hoping Burundi win. But for me, I mean, as you know, Amos set up Street Child World Cup, John and myself. To see the way you've used it has just been phenomenally good. And I know for Karen and Katie, it's very close to their hearts. To see the way you've just taken that thing and kind of really used it to further so many things is wonderful. The bit which has surprised me, though, is that you're going to take a girls' team to India next year for the cricket.
Yeah.
Why on earth are you taking a girls' team from a country which doesn't even know what cricket is?
This is what new generation is about. It's just to be able to be people who like to take a risk and to start something new. And for those who don't know, as Burundian have been colonized by Belgium and everything, if you talk about cricket, I think even myself, I haven't watched cricket on TV from beginning to the end. Only Indian people in Burundi, some of the Indian community play cricket. And then what we tried to do since 2014 was to try to see how we can take girls also in the international competition. And in Burundi, football is not for girls. We have, yes, girls team, but not really professional ones. And then the children in new generation, the majority are girls, but they don't really like to play soccer or football. And it's the reason why when we saw that there's a cricket World Cup happening, we say, why not to explore that? And then try to learn and to be the first cricket team ever in Burundi, and then also to go to the international competition. And then when we applied, and then Street Child United say, yes, Burundi is approved to come and compete in the competition. And then now we start, and we say this is going to give opportunity to girls who have been seeing their brothers traveling to Russia, to Moscow, to Brazil and Qatar. Now they can also go and outside the country, not only to play a common game, but to be the ones playing a game which is going to start maybe to become famous in the country because our girls' team. I remember I was discussing with some of leaders in the country saying that we'll be taking a cricket team to the India next year. And I was saying, are you sure we can play cricket and go to international competition? They say, yes. And then the street children will be the first one to do that. And they say, you'll be the ones also starting the federation of cricket in the country because there's no federation of cricket. And the girls are very excited. And for the first time this week is when we managed to have the equipment because for the cricket, and we're going to hire a coach from Indian community come to coach our team. And as it will be the first ever team, we may be going to also to win the World Cup in India. Why not? We believe in that. That will give opportunity and a voice to the girls and the young girls in the country, the former street children, because of course the media cannot prevent themselves to come to cover that because this will be the first time we have that kind of competition happening from Burundi. And in general, the Street Child World Cup, can be football, cricket, have been really, really important for new generation because that have been opening many doors to what new generation have been doing for many years. I think before 2014, we were growing in very hard time in terms of resources, what we needed. But with all this kind of competition, I saw you briefly, maybe 2012 or something, but I really managed to know you in 2014 in Cambridge, during the conference. I met with Rhodes, have been very supportive to new generation, and Anita, And Karine, she was the one in charge for the Street Art World Cup in Rio. And all the friends who have been involved, like Nick Turner with Street Action, that's have been really an opportunity for us to be visible, to have more friends and more support. And now we can see New Generation become successful, even if you still have many challenges, because of that connection through the Street Art World Cup, and maybe also for the Street Art cricket is going to happen next year.
Well, we're in a wonderful position. We don't organise it anymore, which is fantastic. Street Child United do that. We can just try to raise money for India and also support you to get there and to be involved in it. I'm just dying to see the films come through of these girls learning cricket, trying to work out what cricket is, because none of us are quite sure what cricket is. And I love cricket. And so it's going to be a great journey. I don't expect to win it, would be my only advice. Some of us have seen the girls play at Carinalia, and they may not be great at football, but they're good at cricket, okay? So
that's a very good reason we are going to expect to win, because you said that.
So we're going to have a few questions, if that's okay. If anybody got any questions for Dieudonné at all. We've got this microphone. Have we got another mic? No, you have to use my microphone. That's full. Yeah, so I'm going to pass it over to Karen. Any questions at all from anybody? I've got a couple more myself, yeah.
Hi, it's all very inspiring, but can you give me an example of one of the street children who has become a leader? You mentioned the guy who's taking the footballers, but any others?
Yeah, when we talk about leadership, we just not talk about maybe position in the government and everything, but we talk about other activities, those who have been involved in business, who have been doing very well in business, also in different activities, some are in the church, some are working in different organizations. I can give some examples, like there's one who came in our program in the beginning, who started to do business, and he started with 20,000 Burundian francs was less than £10, and to start to buy and sell and things. And now we have a big company which is now importing phones, accessories from China to Burundi. Now he's now married, have his own family, and he's one of member of the board of New Generation now, because how he have been very successful. That's the first group of the people who are like on my time. Even myself, I went through the same situation. I was living in the street in the beginning. That's the ones who are now on the top, like even Teddy Claude, who's in charge of the whole organization now in Burundi. He was on the street, he came to live with us, with me and my wife in the beginning, and now he's successful leader of organization, married, also stable. And we have in different areas. And then we have like hundreds of those who went through our leadership training program, who are not 100% street children living on street, but who went through our programs, now then in a fresher position, even the government, also in banks and different areas. And we now have the first team who have been graduated from the university, because we have another program we call University Fund. When the kids finish secondary school, we're not supporting them anymore 100%. What we do with the entrepreneurship program, they can apply for a loan to go to university and to finish university and to have their normal life, and they can pay back to support other children. Or those who cannot go to university, they apply for a loan, like the kind of the girls you see here, who start to become people who can take care of themselves. We have different stories, and then it's the reason why most of people are really surprised how we had this very successful campaign during my candidacy, because those who went through our programs are everywhere. And they have influence. They're media, they are in media, they are in other activities, and they all stand up together to support the candidacy. My candidacy, that was one of the signs of influential positions.
You mentioned you're going to be campaigning specifically about education. What in particular are you hoping to sort of get changed in Burundi in relation to that?
Thank you. For our campaign is focusing on three things. First of all, is advocacy campaign. I mean, we want to see, for example, when we talk about street children, even if you support a street child to go to school, it's not easy, because street children, or even some children who are not on the street but who are from very poor areas, they don't have birth certificate. They don't have the nationality. They cannot go to school because they don't have any document showing that they have right to go to education. We want to ask the government to continue what we started in 2014 to help children who are not registered to have a document, have birth certificates or any kind of ID which can help them to go to school. Secondly, is to be able to raise enough resources to send more children at school. This year, we have sent back to school 143 children this September, because we started also to have what we call back to school program in North, where we have our community in Muyinga, where we have added some of the children to the North, children we have in Bujumbura. I mean, we want to see how we can support more children, because most of the time, for new generation, have been focusing on the children we're taking care of in terms of housing them, give them opportunity where they can stay with us. And it's very expensive. We want to also support the children who can go back in their communities, in their families, which is less expensive, and then we can add more children who can have opportunity to go to school, and and give them a chance to go beyond. The third is much more so to talk about to change the perception about what we call the vocational training or vocational school, because most of the time in Burundi, when you say you are at school, it means you go to what we call general education. At the end, we like to joke most of the time when you finish the secondary school or high school, and we say that those who finish that high school, they know everything, they know also nothing, because they can't practically do something, they can't fix something tangible. But those who are going to school where they can learn how to make a chair, or to paint house, or to do electricity, they look like they are not smart people. They are people who are not really smart. They can do something special. We want to change that narrative. In a country like Burundi, with our economy, we don't need people with degrees just because they've been graduated from high school. We need people who can fix things, who can create and do tangible things. It's the reason we want to use that campaign after the Street Child World Cup for the young people to talk to the government, and also to the young people say, don't neglect the vocational training and schools, because this is what we need to see our economy to be improved for the future.
Should there be more emphasis on sort of men's responsibility in, like, these girls sort of become pregnant, and or they sort of accept that is what's going to happen? Shouldn't there be more emphasis, and that these men should have some more responsibility to what they're doing, you know, and making these girls pregnant, you know, rather than sort of thinking they can just do that and the girl accepts that's what's going to happen to her? Shouldn't there be more emphasis on teaching these men more responsibility about that sort of thing, please?
Thank you. For that, we try to partner with other organizations who have the focus on adults, because for us, we have been focusing much more for the young people. And then also, it's very, very difficult topics in our country, because no one is going to accept or to recognize that they are the ones going to be making these young girls be pregnant. What we try to do is to make sure the government is taking serious of maybe punishing those who don't take the responsibility or who go that area where they find they make these teenagers be pregnant, and they can be punished. Because most of the time, in our context and our culture, people focus on the girls who become pregnant, not than the person also make the girls pregnant. And most of the time, they are not punished, and there's no. There's a reason why we can't say that we're going to put much more emphasis on that, because the category of the person are not under our focus. But what we can do is just to do advocacy using that program for the girls to talk about it and see how the government also can take that serious, because it's something criminal sometimes, and they need to make sure that the government and the justice is really following up on that. And we expect, because in this kind of program, what we try to learn from Amos on Her Terms program is just to make sure those girls have voice, they can talk about what happened to them, and then ask the men's or the government to make sure that they are protected. We do that in soft level, but try to aware those who have authority, because for the moment in our program we don't focus on very adult people, but we make sure that's very something we talk about.
Yeah, there was a very strong focus on punishing girls who became pregnant a few years ago. They were prevented from going to school. There's a whole program which was the government's focus was that. That was challenged very strongly, and part of this has been this thing to not blame the girls, which is what was happening, but actually to say, no, we have to look at the perpetrators here as to what's going on. So yeah, thank you.
From my experience of watching New Generation and being part of some of the school programs that we've been involved in the holiday program clubs that we were doing, where you were doing, and I was just witnessing. I watched them role-playing, doing plays, the kids themselves, and the emphasis that I observed in those times was that they were educating the boys from very young to respect the girls, and to be, like you were talking about, there's no difference between Hutu and Tutsis. I think in New Generation, the ethics is, and the teaching is to, we're all look after one another. Mm-hmm. And so I imagine you're building a respect amongst the young men for the women, which begins at small. Yeah.
Thank you. Yeah, this is one of the answers to the question, that on our level we do that when we are educating our young people to make sure that they have to also to respect the girls. It's only when it happens, when they're adults, which it's beyond what we can control. But yeah, we do that in our program.
We've kind of run out of time, Giudone. We could talk for lots more. We haven't even got onto the whole building programs you've got and all these things here, which are so much more, but I think we're going to blow everybody's minds. Thank you so much for joining us today. Thank you for being here, and thank you for your friendship and the incredible opportunity to partner with New Generation. We've learned so much and learned so much. Yeah. And you're a great inspiration to us, so thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Before I leave, I just want to say, sometimes when we talk about injustice in the world, we think about some of the very physical thing and people who have been killed and guns and everything. But poverty, for us, we believe is injustice also, because we just realize there's some kind of thinking and teaching and everything which can do something bad more than maybe apartheid or other bad things that have been happening in history. I mean, to invest in the next generation of leaders in Burundi and then to see in the next future Burundi become one of the flourish countries is the same, or even sometimes beyond that, to see some kind of injustice like slavery being stopped or apartheid being stopped. And if we can see one of the other human being who's now under pressure of poverty become free, it will be not successful only for new generation, not for Burundi, but for the humanity. Bless you.
Thank you so much, Susanna. Please do chat to Dieudonné. If you speak French, then chat to Mariam as well. So French speakers, please congregate there. There's mint tea being served now. If you don't want any mint, you can just have tea, I think. But oh no, just mint tea. It's mint tea, so shake of the head there. And we'll get back together in about 15 minutes or so, something like that.
Freedom is a constant struggle. They say that freedom is a constant struggle. They say that freedom is a constant struggle. Oh Lord, we struggle so long. We must be free. We must be free. They say that freedom is a constant sorrow. They say that freedom is a constant sorrow. They say that freedom is a constant sorrow. Oh Lord, we sorrow so long. We must be free. We must be free. They say that freedom is a constant dying. They say that freedom is a constant dying. They say that freedom is a constant dying. Oh Lord, we die so long. We must be free. We must be free. They say that freedom is a constant struggle. They say that freedom is a constant struggle. They say Wildfire.
Hello, so if you'd like to kind of get a seat, that would be great. We're going to start again in a couple of minutes. So we can herd sheep for one more time, it'd be wonderful. This could be reasonably quick for Amos. Normally people just take absolutely no notice whatsoever, so obviously there's a whole new motive. You're the ones who battled through the struggle to get here. I'm going to drag people away from the mint and hot water, call that tea. So we're going to focus for the next half an hour on our work with climate justice. And we're going to ask, last year we kind of talked for the first time about what we were looking to do with young women climate justice activists. And I'm going to ask Fleur and Karen to come up here now and to tell us more about that and introduce some of the people who've been involved in this program. Fleur.
Hello, I'm back. And Fleur is here after a torturous journey from Kent.
It's awful
She
journey
made
without
it
the train.
despite the train strikes. So this time last year, just come forward a little bit and then the camera can see you better. That's good. So this is Fleur, part of the team at Amos, and I'm Karin, as you've already met me earlier. And as Chris mentioned, this time last year, we were just talking about the kind of start of our journey with working with young female climate activists and exploring what Amos's role should be really within the climate justice movement. In 2019, before the pandemic, we organised a summit in Cambridge talking about climate justice, and a couple of the sessions that really stuck with us and felt like maybe would be where we fit into this movement were the ones where we talked about the connections between gender justice and climate justice, as well as the role of young people within the climate justice movement. And so the kind of outworking of that has begun. And as you may remember if you were here last year at Amos Day, we heard from 3 young female climate activists, and then we went on to meet 3 more. And Fleur, you're going to tell us a bit about that journey and how we met those and where we've got to a bit.
Yeah, so I guess last year in preparation for Amos Day, we wanted to understand the connection between, of course, gender and climate justice, but particularly from people who were young climate activists in the global south, because, of course, we know that they're the most affected areas by the climate crisis, even though they contribute the least. So having no prior, I guess, connections to these young female climate activists, we had to use social media and I guess just general research to reach out to 3 climate activists from India, from Uganda, and from Nigeria, just to hear about their experiences as being young female climate activists in the global south. And that was we had interviews with them, and that was a great experience. It definitely gave us a deeper understanding of what it's like to be an activist in those areas. So straight after that, I think in November 2021, we went to COP26, and although we didn't get, I guess, access to the official COP26 blue and green zone, we ended up going to a couple of side events, which were a lot better actually, because we managed to connect with another 3 young female climate activists from the global south. This time they were from Madagascar, the Philippines, and Namibia. And essentially that's how, I guess, what we'll see is the Amos Climate Fellowship started, because now we had 6 incredible young female climate activists. Part of them we met through online and social media, just connecting with them, and the other half we met at COP26, and we got to hear their experiences, and it's just been a great journey so far.
Yeah. So some of the conversations that we had with those women at COP, tell us a bit about what they were feeling about COP26 and a little bit about their kind of, what they felt that maybe they needed that was missing in that climate justice and activism space.
Yeah, so before we actually, went to COP26, through social media, a lot of climate activists weren't really looking forward to it, or they were quite skeptical of it, because I mean, COP26, you don't know, is a global kind of climate conference where governments come together and discuss how they can, you know, solve climate injustice or solve the climate crisis. But this is not the first time that they've had meetings, and they haven't kept their promises at previous COPs. So a lot of activists are thinking that actually, you know, not much might come of this. And what happened, I think even afterwards, people online said that this was the most exclusive COP that they had ever been to. I think the largest delegation was from like the fossil fuel industry, which of course, you know, is quite ironic. So a lot of people just were disillusioned by COP26. A couple of activists said that's the last time that they're ever even going to attend the conference, and they're just tired of all the broken promises. So yeah, people weren't very hopeful before, leading up to COP26, and they weren't hopeful after. But they found solidarity in each other, which again, we'll talk a little bit more about.
So now that we've made these connections and have this network of young female climate activists that we've got to know, what we have decided to respond to from what the conversations we've had with them and from the conversations we've had with other organisations working in this space is that we wanted to pilot a fellowship for young climate activists who are working on gender justice and climate justice. And that started earlier this year, working with these 6 young women. The aim for the fellowship is to provide this space for solidarity, as Fleur mentioned, that is kind of missing for a lot of climate activists who are working on the injustices that are being faced in their own kind of immediate community but are connected with this global movement. And they often never really get to connect meaningfully with each other because they maybe don't get visas to go to COP, or they can only ever connect just on Twitter or things like this. And so we wanted to create a more structured space for women like these to learn from each other, support each other, and we're also supporting them with small grants to work on a particular issue that they are facing and that women are facing in their own countries or communities. So we meet together monthly online, and then we have different, WhatsApp groups, Telegram groups for them to keep connecting with each other. And then, as we mentioned, we also are supporting their own local work with a small grant this year. And Fleur, I'm going to ask you to tell us a little bit about some of the specific projects and introduce some of these activists to Amos.
Yeah, of course. So we have Jacopita in Namibia. We actually met her at COP26. Sorry, hopefully you can all see the picture. Jacopita is a 24-year-old climate activist from Windhoek. She's part of the Fridays for Future movement. So if you don't know, Fridays for Future is a kind of young global climate movement that was founded by Greta Thunberg. She studies communications at university, and her project in Namibia, a lot of women from rural areas have come to the city to try and find work and to earn money because they can no longer farm and their crops are failing as a result of the climate crisis. And essentially, Jacopita tries to address this issue by starting a community garden project, in which she partners with local agricultural organizations, teaching young single women and children how to grow their own food by providing them with necessary tools, seeds, in order for them to just not only supply their family with food, but to also use the food that they do grow for economic, gain, so that they can earn a living and kind of address that unemployment crisis.
Something to mention about Jacopita is that last week we had a great call between her and our partners in Nicaragua, SAPAD, who a lot of you will know and who we've been working with for, I think, 30 years and who've been going for 50 years. So they're at a very different point in their journey in terms of addressing the climate crisis to Jacopita, but they also set up community gardens with women in rural communities, and we had a great exchange of experiences, and they were able to share a lot of their expertise from the last few decades of running these programs with Jacopita, and they are going to offer to help her out more with kind of advice and guidance, which is great. So that's Jacopita. How about Marie?
Yes, we have Marie from Madagascar. She is a 33-year-old eco-feminist and social entrepreneur. She's involved in many things. Marie wears many, many hats, but currently she's working with an NGO to encourage green microfinance. Madagascar is a very patriarchal society, and Marie's work is essentially committed to resisting that. In 2021, she became the coordinator and spokesperson of the Gender and Climate Justice National Coalition of Madagascar, and also launched a national movement fighting against rape culture. Marie's project originally actually was a 6-month training, kind of climate training program with 10 female climate activists, but now it's slightly changed. She's received additional funding from UNICEF, which means that she will now be training 46 women instead of 10 women, delivering a 4-day boot camp, which is like essentially activism training and climate education. And then over the next few months, the activists will implement what they've learned in their communities, and she'll also be providing climate education to about 69 schools. Her purpose, or the purpose of her project, is to, I guess, encourage knowledge and education about the link between gender and climate justice, as well as, again, resisting patriarchal values within the country.
And Marie, a couple of our the participants on this climate fellowship, and Marie is one of them, are very outspoken and sometimes get themselves into trouble with authorities, but we don't mind that. But she has also got a connection, hasn't she, now with the Ministry of Environment and the Ministry of Gender. And so those women who are young women who are taking part in that boot camp, at the end of the boot camp, they're going to have the opportunity to bring their demands to some of the ministers in Madagascar on the 5th day of that week. So there's a kind of structure of bringing the demands of young women to the powers that be. So watch this space. That's happening at the end of this month. So we'll probably be seeing more about that on Instagram, which will be very exciting. And how about Immaculate? So some people here might remember Immaculate from last year. We heard from her, she's from northern Uganda, and we heard from her on Amos Day last year, so maybe you can give us an update on Immaculate.
Yeah, so Immaculate is a 26-year-old lawyer and environmental activist from Uganda. In Uganda at the moment, there's a famine that's going on caused by a lack of rainfall, which means that crops are failing and people have nothing to eat and also no way of earning money. Actually, in July, Al Jazeera mentioned that in northern Uganda, more than 91,000 children are suffering from malnutrition. And because of the hike in food prices and energy prices, this has essentially been compounded by the war that's happening in Ukraine. Immaculate's projects will essentially be aimed at training 20 women from rural areas on the skills of leadership, climate change, and green business development. She's been encouraging women to plant and preserve the shea nut tree, helping them find economic value in environmentally preserving it. She's also started her first ever environmentally sustainable salon to continue funding her project once the pilot has ended. So I think that's something that I really like about her project, that even though obviously once the funding has finished, that she's found a way to kind of keep engaging with young women in rural communities and encouraging that green business development, as well as preserving the shea nut tree so they can find economic value in it. So that's something that I really love about Immaculate's project, sorry.
And that's a feature of a few of the women's projects, isn't it? That the connection between income generation for women who need financial independence and the opportunity to also invest back into the environment and and fight the climate crisis locally is a feature of a number of our Climate Fellows projects, which is fantastic. So the fourth person we're going to hear about, we're just going to tell you about 4 rather than all 6 this week, but you can go to our website on the Climate Fellowship page and read more about all of them. But you recently had a meeting in person with one of our Climate Fellows, so maybe you could tell us a little bit about her and then introduce a little film.
Yeah, so I had the privilege of meeting Mitzi Janelle Tan from the Philippines. She actually came to London for a week-long climate conference that was happening with the National History Museum. Unfortunately, that was postponed until next year because of the passing of Her Majesty the Queen. So we managed to
the climate crisis can wait for...
so we managed to spend a day with her, talk a little bit more about who she is, the project that she's doing in the Philippines, and a little bit more about who she is, I guess. So I guess let's hear a little bit more about Mitzi through this short film to give you some more information.
I'm Mitzi Janelle Tan, a full-time climate justice activist with Youth Advocates for Climate Action Philippines, which is the Fridays for Future of my country. A lot of what we do is raising awareness about the climate crisis. So we do this in different ways and different levels. It means climate education in schools and talking to students, but also going to environmental defenders in rural communities and grassroots communities and learning from them and complementing their existing knowledge with climate science that's contextualized to their experience. It also means changing the narrative of the climate crisis from something that's a problem of the future to something that's already happening today, from something that's just about the environmental impacts and about extreme weather events to something that has social justice at its core. I grew up seeing the impacts of the climate crisis, seeing how communities around me were consumed by floods, experiencing them myself, having to do my homework by the candlelight because there was no electricity because of the typhoon and the winds outside. And this is already a very privileged story. But because of the way that climate education was set up in the Philippines, and it's very divorced from our realities, it was very technical and Western, I didn't realize that what we were already experiencing was the climate crisis or climate change that we were learning about in school. It wasn't until 2017 when I was able to talk to a Lumad indigenous leader. And he was telling us about how they were being harassed and displaced and militarized and killed for protecting the ancestral lands. And then ever so simply, he shrugged and chuckled and said, that's why we have no choice but to fight back. And it was so simple to him that that's when I realized that I had no choice but to fight back either. I had to join their struggle to protect the planet. The Philippines is one of the most dangerous countries in the world for environmental defenders and activists. Being a woman climate activist makes it harder because of the existing sexism and gender injustice that's already also there. The Lieutenant General of the Philippine Army once said that young girls wearing short shorts, calling for the protection of the environment, are doing it to entice young men to become rebels and to join the rebel army. And so the loops that he had to jump through to get to that conclusion really just shows that they see women as objects and that they are belittling our calls for the protection of the environment to terrorism. And so that's the struggles that we face as young girls in the climate movement in the Philippines. It's that added misogyny on top of the dangers of being called a terrorist. My Amos climate project is providing a solar-powered water pump to this small farming community in the Philippines because they don't have water irrigation systems for their farms. And their struggle of resistance is so beautiful because they've been able to take back the land from landlords that were supposed to convert it into subdivisions, into golf courses, but instead they decided to continue their practices of farming that they've been doing for decades now with their families, for generations. But then this problem now that they're experiencing because of the climate crisis is that it's getting harder to continue doing their work because there's lack of water. And so the solar-powered water irrigation pump is there to help with that campaign and with their calls for justice there. And then aside from that, it's also raising climate awareness in their community by having climate education modules that are contextualized to their experience so that they're also empowered to campaign for more climate justice projects and services that they will be needing in the long run because of the impacts of the climate crisis. The climate crisis is such a gigantic problem that we need urgent solutions in every single aspect of life. What's sure is that to achieve any solutions and to get nearer to climate justice in any way, we need collective action. And so we need collective action and systemic change in every aspect of society, in energy, in food, in agriculture, but especially in energy and making sure that the fossil fuel industry is phased out completely and making sure that we're not leaving behind the countries that have been exploited and are experiencing the impacts of the climate crisis the worst. So we need to make sure that there is reparations and climate finance for loss and damages and adaptation, especially in the global south. We have to remember that the climate crisis isn't just about extreme weather events. It's about the historical and ongoing exploitation of the global north, of multinational companies of the richest 1% on marginalized communities, especially in the global south. We have to make sure that when we talk about climate justice, it has to be with social justice. We cannot leave behind the people who are most vulnerable. Climate justice is about building a world where no one is left behind, building a world where everyone feels safe.
So we were really pleased that Fleur got the chance to spend a day with Mitzi, and thanks to Nick Turner for the film with us. And it was just, I think it just shows an insight into the conversations that we've been having with all of these activists, and just how much we're learning from these young women, and how how all of them are doing very different things, but the fight that they're involved in is completely interconnected with each other's lives and also with ours. So Fleur, obviously you've been really leading a lot of this process in the conversations with these activists over the last year. I wanted to just see if you could share what the biggest learning for you has been through this process.
Yeah, I think what I've learned the most, I guess, from this fellowship is that they're all, even though they're all campaigning and advocating for the same thing, which is climate justice in the global south, they're all so incredibly different. Personality-wise, the way that they think, the way that they lead projects. I mean, all their projects are, I guess, similar in some ways, but still radically different. And I think it's important to, I guess, when trying to understand who they are and why their project is important to them, it's also important to understand, I guess, their thinking behind it. Their thinking behind it, how they came to it, and it's great for relationship building as well. Also, I guess it's nice to, one thing that I've also learned is that they gain solidarity from each other. So this network is essentially, that's what it's about. It's about building solidarity with all of them, and that's my biggest takeaway from them. And it's great to have gotten to know them each individually, all of their projects, the way that they're using these projects to address issues in their communities. And I'm looking forward to, I guess, the next cohorts, hopefully anyway, fingers crossed.
So just to look forward, we've obviously got a few more months with this cohort as they're completing the pilot with us, and we're asking them to really share their learning about the experience with us so we can improve it, we can ensure that this fellowship becomes something that is the most empowering and equipping of young female activists that it can be. That we can play the role that we need to play. And so the plan is that the learning from this pilot informs a yearly program for Amos, and that we have a rolling program of Amos climate fellowships that we hope to continue to invest in and to equip and to learn from, and we can't wait to introduce more of them to you in coming years. But thank you for listening to us talk about the Climate Fellowship, and we'll be updating you in coming months with more of the activities that they're all involved in and the advocacy work that they're doing. And please do, as I mentioned, look out for them on our social media and read about them on our website. We have a few articles up already that they've been sharing, so you can get to know them all better. But yeah, thank you so much, Fleur, as well.
Thanks, Fleur. It's so great to hear about Jacopita chatting to our partners in SEPAD in Nicaragua and sharing an organization that's been involved and working with rural communities around the issues of climate justice for so many years, that they could share that experience. We've been working with SEPAD for about 30 years, but it's actually their 50th anniversary this year, and they have sent a message from Emily Reyes, the new director, and I'm going to try and read that out, although I forgot my glasses, so getting older. A cordial greeting on behalf of the Executive Director, Emily Reyes of SEPAD Nicaragua. May the love of our Lord Jesus Christ be in each of your hearts. In this year, 2022, SEPAD is celebrating the 50th anniversary of work and attention to more than 5,300 communities from the different departments of the country. We have planned several events to present to institutions, universities, and other NGOs the work models that SEPAD has carried out for many years, with the purpose of demonstrating the validity and impact that it has obtained in the poorest communities in Nicaragua. Currently, there are 8 work models on community development, training, promotion, and animation, agricultural production, pastoral care, community-based psychosocial care, twinning, reconciliation and peace, and emergency care. These models have been applied depending on the historical moments lived in this country. We're grateful to the Lord Jesus for allowing us to carry out different activities that help strengthen the work of SEPAD and be an example as a non-profit and evangelical association in Nicaragua, as well as our partners from different countries, especially Amos Trust, who with their contribution have been part of all the rural work that SEPAD has carried out for so long, always thinking of the poorest and most vulnerable families. Nicaragua is the 4th most vulnerable country in the world to the impact of climate change. And actually, as well as receiving this, we received a message from Joel, the project coordinator in the area where we work. Very short message yesterday. You could hear the rains coming down when he sent it, and him saying it's raining now and we hope it's not going to be too much and ruin the crops again this year. And there's that very definite fear that often nowadays the rains aren't coming and then they're coming all at once and it causes problems. SEPAD works with rural communities. We are committed to working with SEPAD on a 5-year program with 7 communities in Tehuantepec, the driest region. And we were there, Chris and I were out in Nicaragua just before lockdown, seeing communities that had just come to the end of the 5-year cycle and seeing the difference it had made. And then after lockdown, Karen got to go and visit the new communities.
So I visited SEPAD in February this year. It was my first time to Nicaragua and first time to meet SEPAD, and it was a really great time to visit at the start of their year of celebrations, celebrating 50 years. So I got to represent Amos at their opening celebration of the 50th year anniversary. But also I got to go to Tehuantepec. As Katie mentioned, that's the region where we, Amos Trust, partner with SEPAD to invest in their community development work every 5 years for a new set of 7 villages. And I got to visit all 7 of the villages that Amos are supporting SEPAD to work in. And I was talking to the team in Tehuantepec, and they were saying these villages are so much drier than any of the previous communities they've worked in. So I visited in February, which was just a bit over a year after they started working in them. So they're at the beginning of year 2 of the 5 years. And so the process that the villages have been through already was electing community leaders, training, they call them community agricultural promoters. So these are identifying farmers who want to learn more new techniques, who will then train other farmers in drought-resilient crops and water harvesting, capturing, and soil, investing in, improving their soils and organic composting and all of these things, and then those promoters will go out to train others. So they have already set up a lot of the initial foundations of their community development work. But some of the situations of the villages, I was struggling to even imagine how they would start to get water. That, they had 2 years of failed rains. Their wells were already dry, and there was still 4 months until the rains were expected, and they're really high up in kind of rocky hills and so far from the roads. And so there's a lot of things that are out of SEPAD's control to help them with, but part of what SEPAD do is investing in community leaders to be able to advocate for their own rights. So they've already started, I just got an update the other day from SEPAD about these communities, and some of them already started to rebuild their own roads and to get the local authorities to rebuild roads, which will help them get more services up to them. And one person I met was a leader called Marlon, and he was in a community called Los Potretitos. And his plot in February was sort of on a hill, really dry, struggling to, he was very proud of a lot of the plants that he showed, but it was pretty small, like the plants were tiny and the ground was really dry. And then I got through some pictures. I don't know if we have a few of the newest pictures from SEPAD, I'm not sure. But they have equipped Marlon to grow this amount of food from his plot this year after they've had some rains, and they've been able to help him to capture more water. His plot is really lush, and it kind of exceeded my expectations of what he could grow on his plot, and they're doing, so this is his hillside. So the work that SEPAD is doing is having a massive impact in the communities that they're working in Terstepe.
Yeah, and I think it's great to see those photos, because I know Karen came back saying, it's so dry there, I don't see how they're going to manage it. And I remember going to communities at the very beginning and thinking, no way. And then going back several years later and going, wow, they have managed to get things going here. And it's hard to envisage, isn't it? And this spring, we were really glad to be part of the Green Green Give, which meant that in our spring appeal, when we were asking you to donate for water filters, which means so much to the communities here, your money was doubled, which meant we raised over £10,000. So thank you so much, and on behalf of SEPAD and Amos for that. Now, some of you who've been involved in Amos for some time, and particularly interested in Nicaragua, will remember Dr. Gustavo Parajon, who started SEPAD, who's one of the people who started SEPAD. You might have seen him at Greenbelt or at Amos Day. After his death in 2011, it was suggested that his biography was written. And Sue Plater, who you might know from Amos Trust, was involved in writing that, or involved in the project happening. She's been out to Nicaragua several times, and a very good friend of Gustavo's and his family, and she's going to come up and tell you a little bit about his book, which is coming up here in a minute. Here we are, Healing the World.
Here he is. Yes, so Emily referred in her report to the historical events that they have to work their work around, the current one obviously being constant climate problems. But SEPAD started after the 1972 earthquake, and Gustavo, who was a doctor and involved in rural medicine, basically got the churches to step up, all the churches around Managua, where the earthquake had damaged pretty much everything, and they brought food in, and they organized to help people and to rebuild things, and SEPAD started from that. He had an extraordinary life, and he was the most humble man, but for a long time we've all felt there should be a biography written. And it was lovely to hear Diodoni speak, because I felt that he's already explained the theology that Gustavo had, which was that the last shall be first. So the book is written by Daniel Buttry and the wonderful Damaris Albuquerque, who I think some of you will remember. She was last at Amos Day in 2019, I think. And she preceded Emily, and before her was Gilberto Aguirre, who you've probably met, and before him was Gustavo. And they've been the kind of group that have created and made SEPAD happen. Gustavo started his ministry in Nicaragua in rural health, and there's an organization called Amos Health and Hope, which he was the founder of, and it was Amos Health and Hope who basically had some donors who would provide support to get the book written. So my role, and that of Roberto Martinez, who had been over to the UK a few times and really has been the driving force behind getting the book done. He's a mentee of Gustavo's. our role was to make it happen. We found the authors, we found a publisher, and this is hot off the press, the cover, and the book is just coming off the presses. Primarily it'll go, first of all, in the States, because a lot of groups go down from the States, delegations, to do visits, as Amos does, and to take part in work parties and so on. And so they want to use the book because somebody who is working on the marketing of the book with me, who's an American salesperson, head of a big company before she retired, she went down on a delegation. She's on the board of Amos Health and Hope. When she read this, she said, why didn't someone give me this to read? So I understood the history of Nicaragua and the history of why people are involved in health and development. He is so inspiring. So there are some great quotes on the book here. I don't think I can read that, but Jim Wallace's quote, which I might be able to put my glasses on and read. No, I haven't got the cover with me. But basically, he talks about the prophet Micah and the life of living justly and doing good. So it's going to be a good read, and we will be selling it in the UK. It'll be on Amazon, and we'll also be selling actual books for those of you who like actual books. It's got lots of fantastic photos in from over the years. And it was a life that was fantastic, and there's so much to learn from it, and at the same time, to actually be inspired to do all that we're doing at Amos Trust.
Thank you, Sue. And it's published in January 23, that's right, isn't it? And we always say about Nicaragua, it's where we learn. And Gustavo has been a real influence on us at Amos Trust and the work that we do. We're going to have a film now from Sapad, is that right? Are we still having that? Yep. So we'll do that, and then Chris will finish before we go for lunch. So I'm going to go and deal with that.
Nicaragua is a country of great music. That may not be the best bit of music in the world ever, but it can. That was this. We were visiting last time, and this group of singers seemed to pop up everywhere we went to, and to perform pretty much the same song. So we thought we had to use it to soundtrack that. So thank you so much for that. We'll definitely be stocking the book. I'm really looking forward to reading it. I remember Gustavo saying to us, and he absolutely is an inspiration and the roots of Amos for the impact on Garth and yourself and that whole people who set Amos up, saying there's no point talking about rights if you can't read your rights. There's no point talking about rights if you can't feed yourself. And I think Giordano's point about poverty being so absolutely crippling, and their work empowering communities and working with communities. And as Sue said, there's so many similarities between both of them. It's a wonderful thing to see our tradition just continuing on and really inspiring us. So thank you so much for that. I'm going to read a grace We don't normally have grace, and this is by Martin Rowe. And again, it's from a well-known book. You can get copies over lunch. We can't. Have you got the Christmas card there, Nick? Is it on screen? Have we got a screen shop of it and the lunch shop? This is we'll do a Christmas card first. You can't buy this Christmas card yet. We're going to blame Brexit for delivery problems. It'll be out in the next few days. It's a picture from the separation wall, just down from the Waldorf Hotel, between the Waldorf Hotel and Wiam, and it's got the Leonard Cohen line in the middle of it, which I will read from here. Let the bells ring out. Let me just remember what word goes. There's a crack in everything. That's how the light gets in. So let the bells that still can ring. There's a crack in everything. That's how the light gets in. And this is a crack in the separation wall there. So that's our Christmas card, which you'll be able to buy very, very soon. But you can buy this book. You can buy our On Location book. And there's other books. There's a fantastic book, which has been, I've completely forgotten the author of the fantastic book, which is Brian Brown, about South Africa, apartheid, and taking a story into it. Do you want to just come up and say a little bit about it? Come on. No, into a microphone.
I'm the daughter of Brian Brown, and so it's called, apartheid South Africa, and I grew up there. My father was banned. We left the country in the late 70s. I was saying to somebody I was an election monitor in 94, which was a very exciting time. But okay, so this is a comparative study, though, looking at Israel and Palestine. And it's called Apartheid South Africa, or South Africa Apartheid, ! Israel Apartheid, ? It does get to a very conclusive answer, I would suggest, but I do think it's reading. It looks particularly at, Christian Zionism, interfaith dialogue, the comparative study between South Africa and Israel. I'm biased, but I think it's worth a read. Thank you.
Thank you. So that's the book you can read. If you want to look at pictures, there's the On Location brochure, which is a beautiful brochure, and there's candles, and there's Christmas baubles as well, and a whole variety of stuff. So we're going to go to St. Clement's in just a minute. There's lunch is going to be provided. There'll be tea and coffee with caffeine in it, and not just mint leaves. Sorry, did I say that? Sorry. And so we're going to head down there, but this is by Martin Rowe, and it's called A Grace. For what we're about to receive, the water we drink, the air we breathe, the fire of sun, the food of earth, this company, these people, this now, this here. May we be thankful. May we be aware how every day is a gift and every breath a prayer. Lunchtime.
It's there and gone. Feeds my passion for transcendence. Turns my water into wine. Makes me wish I was empty. Now I don't know much, but I can tell when something's wrong. And something's wrong. But some Holy Ghost keeps me.
Oh, I see, yeah, 'cause you don't want to leave all the kids.
I leaned on you today. I regularly hurt but never say. I nearly wore the window through. Where was Essie rescue? The cavalry with tea and sympathy. You were there, puncture repair. I leaned on you today. I regularly hurt choose to follow my heart. Don't be afraid of letting go. Don't be afraid of letting go. Not of anything رغم الزهر اللي متلي لحقوق شو ما تحكي وتشرح لي وتقول حبيبي حبيبي دا نرجع لأ مش معقول عندي سنون وفي عندي أرميل بعرف شو يعني إذا أنت بعيد بس حبيبي إحساسي معاك يرجع لي من جديد في أمل إيه في أمل أوقات بيطلع من ملل في أمل إيه في أمل أوقات بيطلع من ملل وأوقات بيرجع من شي حنين لحظات تيخفف زعل وبيذكرني فيك لوني شبابي بس ما بينسيني شو حصل رغم الزهر اللي متلي لحقوق حبيبي حبيبي تنرجع لأ مش معقول في قدامي مكاتب من سنين زهقت ورد ومنتور وياسمين حبيبي حبيبي ما عاد يلمسني الحنين في ماضي منيح بس مضى صفى بالريح بالفضا في ماضي منيح بس مضى صفى بالريح بالفضا وبيضل تذكار عن مشهد صار في خبز في ملح في رضا يومي ليل وبعد نهار عمري قدامي عم ينقضى شوف القمح اللي بيطلع بسهول شوف المي اللي بتنزل عطول حبيبي إحساسي هالقد معقول يزول شو بتخبر أصحاب وزوار عني إني محدودي وبغار بس حبيبي كرمالي نيناتنا منعرف شو صار نيناتنا منعرف شو صار Oh, Dr. Jesus, who did trouble the water in the Sea of Galilee? And likewise, who did cast the devil out of the afflicted time and time again? Oh, Dr. Jesus, what makes you not lay your hand on this poor sister's head and chase the devil out of her down a steep place into the sea like you used to do time and time again? Lift this poor cripple up out of the dust and lift up his woman and make her well time and time again and save us all. for Jesus' sake. Amen.
Well, the road is wide and waters run on either side, and my shadow in the fading light is stretching out towards the night. Cause the sun is low, and I hear there's still so far to go, and my lonely heart is beating so. Tired of the wander, there's a sign ahead, though I think it's the same one again. But I'm thinking about my only friend, so I'll find my way home. 'Cause when I need to get home, you're my guiding light. You're my guiding light. When I need to get home, you're my guiding light. You're my guiding light. Oh, well, the air is cold, and yonder lies my sleeping soul. By the branches spoke like bones. Oh, this weekend tree no longer holds. Well, the night is still, and I have not yet lost my will. And though I will keep on moving till I find my way home. When I need to get home, you're my guiding light. You're my guiding light. When I need to get home, you're my guiding light.
I crave to live this life with you while the surface is still untold. Silently, the words remain unspoken, and we settle for stumbling through the storm. Oh, brother, oh, sister, run to the light. Oh, my love, standing right by you. Run to the light and don't let go. The king sits atop of his table, and the queen sits proudly by his side. Armed with promises that they were given, shielded from the grip of time. Oh, Father, oh, Mother, run to the light. Oh, my love, I'm standing right by you. Run to the light and don't let go. Stillness, sweetness, sweetness, and friendship. Watching you holding my hand. Lead me by the quietest of waters, and I won't forget to give thanks for this time. Run to the light and don't let go.
Blessed are the ones who do not bury all the broken pieces of their heart. Blessed are the tears of all the weary, pouring like a sky of falling stars. Blessed are the wounded ones in mourning, brave enough to show the Lord their scars. Blessed are the hurts that are not hidden, open to the healing touch of God. The kingdom is yours. The kingdom is yours. Hold on a little more. This is not the end. And blessed are the ones who walk in kindness, even in the face of great abuse. And blessed are the deeds that go unnoticed, serving with unguarded gratitude. And blessed are the ones who fight for justice, longing for the common day of peace. Blessed is the soul that thirsts for righteousness, welcoming the last, the lost, the least. The kingdom is yours. The kingdom is yours. Hold on a little more. This is not the end. Hope is in the Lord. Keep your eyes on Him. The kingdom is yours. The kingdom is yours. Hold on a little more. This is not the end. Hope is in the Lord. Keep your eyes on Him. Oh. Blessed are the poor in spirit. Benditos son los pobres en espíritu. Blessed are the pure in heart. Blessed are the ones who suffer violence, still have strength to love their enemies. Blessed is the faith of those who persevere, for though they fall, they'll never know defeat. The kingdom is yours. Yeah. The kingdom is yours. Hold on a little more. This is not the end. Hope is in the Lord. Keep your eyes on Him. The kingdom is yours. The kingdom is yours. Hold on a little more. This is not the end. Hope is in the Lord. Keep your eyes on Him. Hold on a little more. This is not the end. Hope is in the Lord. Keep your eyes on Him. Been traveling these wide roads for so long. My heart's been far from you. 10,000 miles gone. Oh, I wanna come near and give you every part of me, but there's blood on my hands, and my lips are unclean. In my darkness I remember Mama's words reoccur to me. Surrender to the good Lord, and to wipe your slate clean. Take me to your river, I wanna go. Oh, go, take me to your river, I wanna know. Dip me in your smooth waters, I go in. As a man with many crimes, come up for air. As my sins flow down the Jordan, oh, I wanna come here and give you every part of me, but there's blood on my hands, and my lips are unclean. Take me to your river, I wanna go. Oh, take me to your river, I wanna know. I wanna know, wanna know, wanna know. Wanna go, wanna go, wanna go. Wanna know, wanna know, wanna know. Wanna go, wanna go, wanna go. Wanna know, wanna know, wanna know. Ooh, oh, take me to your river, I wanna go. Lord, please let me know. Take me to your river, I wanna know. Written my retreat back home to you. Beaten my retreat back home to you. Burning all my bridges, I'm burning all my bridges, I'm burning all my bridges, I'm running back home to you. This world is built of this world is filled with sadness. I'm running back home to you. Follow the drum back home to you. Follow the drum back home to you. There was no sense in my leaving. There was no sense in my leaving. There was no sense in my leaving. I'm running back home to you. People get ready, there's a train a-coming. You don't need no baggage, you just get on board. All you need is faith to hear the dealers humming. Don't need no ticket, you just thank the Lord. So people get ready for the train to Jordan, picking up passengers coast to coast. Faith is the key, open the doors and board 'em. There's hope for all among those loved the most. There ain't no room for the hopeless sinner. against the kingdom's throne. So people get ready, there's a train a-coming. You don't need no baggage, you just get on board. All you need is faith to hear the Jesus humming. Don't need no ticket, you just thank the Lord. Love will always shine, and rainbows are the shadows of a love that's so divine. And the glow of that love will light the sky up above and it's free. Can't you see? Come with me. Peace and happiness for every man. The Creator is the master. Peace and happiness for every man. The Creator is what you plan. Peace and happiness for every man. The Creator is the master plan. Peace and happiness for every man. Remember,
I don't know.
you told me
Maybe so.
that you wanted
I don't know.
to surrender. Remember,
I don't know.
you told me
Maybe so.
you were looking
I don't know.
for something higher. Well, I remember it all, and I can tell you the truth, and I can tell what I told, but I'm so tired now, I'm so tired of sitting there thinking about you. No, child. I wish you were out of my head.
They say everything can be replaced. They say every distance is not near. So I remember every face of every man who put me here. I see my light come shining from the west down to the east. Any day now, any day.
every man needs protection. They say every man must fall. So I swear I see my reflection somewhere inside these walls. I see my light come shining.
I was trying to her cheek and get everybody back. Did you met Ahmed before, didn't you?
I think we've met, yeah.
I met a green belt and I saw you online just in
That was an ambient today. That was an ambient.
I saw you somewhere.
Well, we had a...
No, on a film maybe. Anyway.
You're Nick.
Yes.
There's the grand plan.
So it's yeah, huge street, yeah. So basically, the architects from FCB who give us a pro bono support to the generation to develop the site. So long story, but they, over the last few years, buy land and gradually level
Well, plans to get the teeth then in January to March. We were supposed to get that. We were supposed to get this year, but England has to go.
Oh, well, you'll know more about the meeting then. Yeah. Excellent. So have you been Amos kind of...
Yeah, and we did the bio before.
Actually, two today. I don't normally do, we share offices as well. So I run a video production. We share with the guys. And then through sort of the bottom of the email. Income media. Yeah, sometimes I send it to them. But yeah, so and then through so I mentioned it about 20 years ago, and then through introducing technology techniques, I think street art will come, and it's just been exactly. So my wife and I went out
One microphone missing.
The microphone changing the batteries in it, I think. Oh, you did change the batteries there. Is it worth telling people we're running into time left? Only because people at home will think to it. Yeah.
Just in case you're reading it again, because I thought that was really obvious.
Catch up this afternoon.
Oh, no. You need spending the tea then when you...
Just rocket this afternoon. April, mate. Thank you for not outing me as the coffee spiller.
So, I was telling Simon about So, I think the answer is no. I know you're getting very nice. And you know what it's like. So, we're going to take those sales guys. Kate.
Oh, here we go. It's the best.
Hello and welcome back. There's people coming up the road, slowly straggling along. That's more like an Amos trip, isn't it? That final last-minute dash for the toilets, which everybody does because nobody's particularly collegiate at Amos. And so we'll give it a couple more minutes just for people to arrive, and then we'll get started. We're going to focus on Palestine this afternoon. Delighted to have two fantastic guests, neither of whom are in the room, so we'll do introductions to them in just a minute or two. So if you'd like to just talk among yourselves for a second or two, then we'll get started.
From the east side.
Okay, we're going to make a start then, and let the reprobates come to us. So, do grab a seat, everybody. And I'm going to start off with some words from Rafif Ziadi. The Palestine I Know by Rafif Ziadi. The Palestine I know does not have a VIP pass. The Palestine I know doesn't care about a VIP pass. She does not negotiate the size of our prison. She breaks down its walls. She doesn't dialogue across its bars. She breaks those bars and beats them to the rhythm of old slave songs. Freedom. She breaks down those bars and beats them to the rhythm of old slave songs. Freedom. And if you stop and listen, you can hear her pacing across the shoreline from Haifa to Atka to Raza. You can hear her pacing across the shoreline and waiting for every last one of her children to come home. The Palestine I know. So, we're going to focus on Palestine this afternoon, and we're going to do about half an hour to start about the things which we've been up to for the last little period of time. Then we're absolutely thrilled to have Hamad, who's joined us from Hebron International Relief Network. And we're even more thrilled to have his son here. So if we could say a huge hello to his son. Who's far more important to all of us here. But it's wonderful to have Ahmed here. We've also got Ahmed here from We Are Not Numbers, which is in Gaza, and we're absolutely thrilled to have Ahmed here, who I think has just left the room temporarily, but he'll be back in a second, so we're going to interview him later on. But we're going to start off by saying a little bit about this last year. So we were over, I spent about 6 weeks there earlier this year in total. A couple of weeks at the start of the year, Knife joined me as we were trying to work out just putting things back into place again, having been not there for 2 years and all that had happened, and to try to work out how we were going to do another home rebuild. And then we were back to do a home rebuild and to do the alternative Palestine experience trip, and then we've just been back to launch an exhibition. And so we're going to talk all about those things very briefly. But out of that, 3 things really emerged to us, which is kind of underpinning our campaign work now. And while our campaign has a particular focus on Gaza, these 3 things really underpin all our work on the West Bank and the whole lot. The first of that is the centrality of rights. And we spoke to everybody we spoke to in Palestine. There's despair about the political leadership, and yet the absolute sense of we are all one Palestinian people, who've been broken down into different sections, who've been given different rights, whether that's Israeli identity, whether that's Jerusalem ID, whether that's refugee, whether that's West Bank, whether that's Gaza, whether that's outside of the country, whether that's Jordanian. We are one Palestinian people. And that campaign for that, and a campaign against apartheid, which goes with that. So that's the first thing. The second thing is facts on the ground and building facts on the ground, which is why it's particularly wonderful to have Hamed here today, who does an awful lot of facts on the ground, pretty more facts on the ground than anybody else I know. And so it's wonderful to have him there, building facts on the ground. If we don't take the space, it's gone. Which we heard from Palestinians all over the West Bank. If we don't take the space, it's gone. If we don't look after Al-Aqsa, Al-Aqsa's gone. These very simple messages, occupying the space. And the third thing has been the cultural resistance. Now for us, cultural resistance is quite a broad term, because obviously it's got to include food as being one of the high points of culture. So it's food, it's hospitality, it's music, it's art, it's all those different component parts. And those 3 things are really what we're focusing on in our work, drawing those together, because we heard that from so many people, and the whole makes a continuous sense, because cultural resistance is about identity. That's what it's predominantly about. It's about our identity, the culture which feeds us, who we are as people. Without facts on the ground, nothing happens. You can't have an identity without facts on the ground. There's nothing to be associated with. So the 3 makes a lot more sense to us at a time when there is so little engagement with Palestinian society, Palestinian political society and the Palestinian Authority is becoming more and more, what's a good word for it? It's becoming less and less engaged, and people are less engaged with it. So, moving into the last few months. Last Friday, I met with Hussam Zomlet, the Palestinian ambassador to the UK. We've been trying to meet together for about 2.5 years. A long time of that was lockdown, and then it kept on being moved around. And we're really glad we met this week, because what he wanted to talk about was the Jerusalem move for the British Embassy. And he was asking us to coordinate some different groups, particularly faith-based groups, to come out with a statement about this, to come out with statements about this. And we're in the process of doing that with a whole variety of faith-based organizations to respond to that, and also a load of other organizations as well. But speaking to him, we asked him if he'd write something for us, which is coming out tomorrow, I think it is, on an E-News, on Monday on an E-News. And also opportunities to write to your MP as everybody else is. But this is what he wrote for us. And we thought we'd share it with you today. International law is very clear on the matter of Jerusalem. United Nations Security Council 478 from 1980 forbade the establishment of diplomatic missions in the city. That resolution has been cited often, among them the times in UNSCR 2334 from 2016, which clearly and unequivocally condemned Israel's settlement activities in the city. The UK voted in favour of both. In 2017, the UN's General Assembly then convened in an emergency session to condemn news that the US was going to move its embassy. Overwhelmingly, the states of the world voted to reject such a move and stop others from replicating them. Again, the UK voted in favour of UNGA Resolution 11995. Any change to the status of this holy city, holy to 3 religions, must be agreed with both sides and then endorsed by the UN. Those are the clear international rules. Unilaterally moving the UK embassy from Tel Aviv to Jerusalem accedes to Israel's illegitimate claim to all of the city. It's done without agreement from the Palestinian side and without the sanction of the UN. It is illegal. It is also immoral. Jerusalem is not just holy to one religion, it is central to 3. For Christians, Jerusalem is where Jesus was crucified and rose from the dead. For Muslims, the Al-Aqsa compound is the first Muslim Qibla, and where Muslims believe the Prophet Muhammad, blessed be his name, rose to heaven on his night journey. For centuries, Christians and Muslims have jointly and peacefully administered Jerusalem's holy places among them. Israel's design in the city puts all this at risk. The Christian world should be just as upset as the Muslim world will be with the UK goes through with this move. Finally, the establishment of a Palestinian capital in occupied East Jerusalem is absolutely crucial to a 2-state solution. Without Jerusalem, there is no 2-state solution. The city is historically at the center of Palestinian culture and religious life. It is the core of Palestinian history. It is the heart of Palestinian identity. Giving it to Israel, or even suggesting that you're willing to give it to Israel, is tantamount to switching off the life support on which a 2-state outcome currently survives. And while we wholeheartedly endorse those words, we'd also say, even if you're not committed to a 2-state solution or believe that's impossible now, giving away Jerusalem can do nothing to further the absolutely legal aspirations of the Palestinian people, for their rights to be realized, for them to have a home, which they can call their own. So we will be asking people to write to MPs to act on this. We're hoping the faith communities will come together to condemn it, and that hopefully this will not go forward at all. It is something which we need to stand up for. We often condemn the Israelis for their actions. It's absolutely right we condemn our own government for actions such as this and do all we can to prevent it from happening. So that's a message on the right space. So I always end up juggling about 3 hands, and I've given me a microphone stand here to use, but I really don't want to use that, so it's fine. So anyway, next up, some of you will have seen over lunch this fantastic calendar which just came out. Did everybody see this? I hope you bought your copies of it. Can we have it? Come on down, come on down. Why on earth did you make a calendar? Okay, why on earth did you make? Come into the middle here. Come into the middle here. Stand on there. There was a red spot just there, which isn't there anymore. About there. Why did you make this calendar then? And tell us about it.
Well, yeah, I'm Kath. Hi, really nice to meet you all. So I did my first Amos trip this year, the house rebuild. So I think I was invited along for my medical skills, given the slightly vague health and safety arrangements in place, shall we say.
There was a first aid bag.
Yeah. So during the trip, we were just accumulating an amazing sort of number of images from the sort of initial sort of image of the hilltop with the sort of demolished house and the tangled metal and the stone, and through the days, just this creation of a sort of home for this family. So as all these images were coming through, I thought it'd be really, really, well, I had an idea of putting together a calendar to raise money for Amos. So I've sort of paid for the production of these calendars, and all the money from them is going to Amos. So they're £20 each. They're all from photographs taken on this year's trip. And if for no other reason, you need to buy it because Jean is Miss June, and she has a NYPD hat on in the picture. So that's a very good reason. So please, I've signed copies from Jean. So yes, I have some calendars at the back if anybody would want to buy one. So thank you.
Thank you very much indeed. Thank you. It's a great thing, which I'll be buying one for my son who was there as well. Thank you so much. Can I just ask you very quickly, how did you find your first home rebuild? How was the home rebuild
amazing,
for you?
Amazing. Really hard work physically, but really amazing. It's sort of really just a really amazing sort of combination of the physical hard work, seeing something being created, and then just sort of gaining so much knowledge about what's going on in the West Bank, and sort of and spending time with Palestinian families and sort of experiencing their hospitality and hearing their stories. So amazing.
Thank you very much. Well, it's a lovely thing, and we kind of really see it as being part of the cultural resistance as well, because the house here, which you can see here, it looks down over a Rube camp, and then it was demolished because the hilltop was state land, which was being held for the road construction, which runs down the side here, and prevents Arub from going to the neighboring hillside, which they used to go to every day, and was the only kind of chill-out place. It stops that, and then this land was all held in case they wanted to extend the road in that direction, which they didn't do. 5 years the house was being built. At the end of the 5 years, all of which was filmed, the house was destroyed, just about to move into it. We've just come back from seeing it again. This is a recent picture of it. And I've come on down for this bit here, because I think we kind of describe it as a bit, I don't know where the mic, oh, you got it there. Tell us about this particular house, which was kind of a bit more ambitious than most of our houses in the past.
Yeah, so the whole project this year, this is our 7th home rebuild we've done in the West Bank in terms of taking people with us. It's the 8th home rebuild we did, because we did one during lockdown as well. So that's Awalaja, Batir, Awalaja, Batir, Arub, Awalaja, Al-Hada, Arub, and I've missed one. Probably almost certainly Awalaja. So this one was hard. It was hard because we were coming out of lockdown, and so we hadn't been to Palestine for a long time, and we were trying to organize it. It was hard because we were so keen to go that we decided to go during Ramadan, which, with hindsight, I wouldn't do that again from an organizational perspective. Not because anything made it awkward for us. It made us ask a lot of our Palestinian friends and partners. So I think that's being really honest with you. That was difficult. And we kind of let the budget run away a little bit. So it cost a lot more than we did. But the story of the house maybe explains why, at the end of the day, it's not about budget. This house is a dream. So Khaled, the father, and his family were living in a Marub camp. their son had autism, I think, and really struggled with the noise and the hustle and the bustle of the camp. So they had a dream. Khaled has a good job. They're not a poor family, but they had a dream to move from the camp to a house on a hill. And that's a dream that was 25 years old. And as Chris said, the house had been under construction for 5 years, under the eyes of the Israelis. And then 3 or 4 weeks before they were going to move in, they came and bulldozed it. So the question for us is, what price someone's dream? And obviously, it's priceless. So,
thank you.
Go on.
Yeah, no, that's okay.
So home rebuilds are very important to me. I was just thinking last night, Chris, and I'm just going to read this out, then I'll shut up. Back in 2011, before we did the first one, Chris has fairly regular flashes of genius.
It was a long time ago. I was back in my 40s then. It's a whole different world now.
He's had other flashes of genius since then, but this was one, and we thought, how do we get people involved in this thing? And he said, I know a song about that. This is convoluted, but I'll get there, don't worry. And I'm going to read you the lyrics of this song, because this has journeyed with us through our home rebuilding program over the years. And you can almost look at these words and think, this is a prophecy from 2011, strong word. It's from a song called To Build a Home by the Cinematic Orchestra. And it goes like this. There is a house built out of stone, wooden floors, walls, and windowsills. Tables and chairs worn by all of the dust. This is a place where I don't feel alone. This is a place where I feel at home. Because I built a home for you, for me, until it disappeared from me, from you. And now it's time to leave and turn to dust. Out of the garden where we planted the seeds, there is a tree as old as me. Branches were sown by the color of green. Ground has arose and past its knees. By the cracks of the skin I climbed to the top. I climbed the tree to see the world. When the gusts came around to blow me down, I held on as tightly as you held on me. I held on as tightly as you held on me. And I built a home for you, for me, until it disappeared from me, from you. And I built a home for you, for me.
Thank you. Do stay here, Nive, because you're going to be speaking to Hamid in just a minute or two. Before then, we've got 2 more trips coming up in the autumn, and Veronica, it's lovely to have you joining us. The first one of those is, I'm not sure which picture comes up first, if it's taste or if it's food or it's walking. So we've got 2 going at the same time. We're back walking in Palestine, which a number of you I know are going to be joining us for. We're doing the southern half of what is now called the Palestine Heritage Trail. And we're going to be joining up with Hamid at various points, hopefully, as we wander down that way through the South Hebron Hills. We also invited anybody we know to come and walk with us. So I'm not sure who's going to turn up and walk with us. And we're all very scared that Brian's going to turn up just on the top of a hillside, out of the blue, and join us there from New Zealand. So we never know what's going to happen. But this is our walking trip, and we're really looking forward to being back walking the land here. It's the most remarkable trip. If you get a chance in the future to walk the Palestine Heritage Trail, just take it. The accommodation is awful in most places. Last time there was 8 of us in a shared room, and it was the best of times. The shower didn't work, and it didn't matter at all. It was those sort of really deep shared experiences, because you're sitting there chatting to people in villages which I'd never been to. And every single village was a story which just broke your heart. About children being arrested, about homes being destroyed, just kind of the absolute pernicious nature of the occupation just came out in a way which was just kind of so evident in a way which you don't see in the major cities. So it's remarkable and it's beautiful. And you're kind of eating on olive trees and picking olives and eating fruit, and it's just a great thing. So do the Palestine walk with us. These are some from 2017, obviously. So back walking, which will be great. as well as walking, we're also eating. And we're going to be eating our way around the West Bank. One of the things which we were over there recently for was to make a film about food. I thought I had to lead that particular delegation to make that film. And so the Taste of Palestine trip, Veronica's leading it with Katie in a few weeks' time, at the same time as we're walking. I'm hoping my knee does play up even more than it is at the moment, so I've got to leave the walkers and join the Taste of Palestine trip. As they're going around to loads of great places and really experiencing Palestinian culture in its finest form. It's food. And so that's coming up. So if you get a chance, do that as well. It's a wonderful, wonderful trip, these celebrations of Palestinian life. And this is making my mouth water as well. And if you get a chance, this is the best tea in the world. Can anybody remember how many different herbs are in it? It's 8 different herbs, isn't that, I think, in it? Something like that. Sammy's story from Bethlehem of the tea and coffee there is just wonderful. So join that trip and really enjoy it in future times. Naif, do you want to present Hamid?
Yeah, thanks, Chris. So it's time for our first guest this afternoon. Thanks. So it's a great privilege and a great honor to welcome Hamid. If you'd like to come up. It's great to see you, my friends. How long have you been in the UK?
Well, we've been here, me and my son, since the 20th of September.
You're looking a lot more tired than when I saw you in Bristol, I must say.
Well, it's been one city after the other, man. You don't stay in one city. It's just one thing after the other.
And how are you doing, Sohail? You okay? He's doing okay, that's good.
He's smiling.
He's going home tomorrow.
Amen.
So I'm not going to do a big interview now, because you have your presentation, which I'll run to the back in a minute and run for you. So I'll let you introduce yourself and explain about who you are and what you do from your presentation, and then I'll come back and we'll take some questions from the floor, if that's okay for everybody. Okay?
How much time do I have?
We have an hour, I think, for the whole thing. So you've got until 3, so 50 minutes.
Wonderful.
Okay.
Great. Good afternoon, everybody. It is such a great pleasure to actually to be here today, seeing so many wonderful, wonderful friends from working in the field, from last summer, from summers way before. So it's really great to actually to be here. The name is again Hamid Khawasme. We run a very, very small organization called the Hebron International Resources Network, short for HERN, which it turns out to be meaning actually brains in German. Did not do it by design, but this is what that is all about. So I think, I know that the title is about Masafir Yatta, which we're going to be actually talking about a little bit in the presentation. But if you want to actually have any additional questions regarding Masafir Yatta specifically, because right now it is the hot potato, let's say, we'll be more than delighted to actually to answer that. But for the most part, this is kind of an identification or definition of the work that we are doing, why we are doing it, you know, how successful are we? Are we kind of, you know, thinking out of the box? Is that going to be, does it have an impact or not? That's going to be a decision that you probably will have to make. Some other people say that we are, really this is not the way to go, but we believe that this is the way to go, and we're very happy about that. So please, if you can, okay, the work that you're going to be seeing and that you saw if you were, you know, accompanying us in the field and what have you, would have not been possible without coffee. So I know that, you know, British people do not like, necessarily they are into tea, but coffee, it is the kind of the engine behind everything that I do, let's say. So we're gonna have to give credit when it's due. If you can give me 3 clicks, and another one, great, excellent. So, our organization, we cannot be said as an organization, actually. It cannot be identified as that. We are, as again, Hebron International Resource Network. We are a network of people. And that is, again, by design. We refuse to become an organization. We refuse to become an NGO that is supposed to actually to have a head of office. You're supposed to have a deputy. You have a financial officer. You have an advocacy officer. You have a child protection officer. You have a secretary. You have a headquarter. None of that. We have absolutely none of these things. I probably can function as maybe a head of office or a director, let's say, but we do not have any of those other elements beneath us, specifically because what we want to be able to respond to the needs of the community directly. Our understanding or our philosophy, let's say, that if you're going to have all of these layers, some other organizations, it's very important for them to have that, granted. But for us, we believe that this is actually going to delay the rate of response that you have for the communities. Because these organizations will actually have to go in the field first of all, and then at the end of the day, they're going to collect the information. They're going to have to give it to the advocacy officer. They're going to have to put it to the board of members of the board in order for them to say, okay, fine or not. And then after that, ask for finance, and then wait until that finance comes in before they can intervene into the community. Now, we don't do that. We are very, very close, and for the people who went with us for a while, we're very close to the community. We go to the community, understand what is it that they need, 2-3 days, even if, and for most likely, we don't have the money for it, we will be able to respond directly, even if we don't have the finances. Because the relationship that we have with the community first, as well as the contractors that are providing that service, is so strong to the point that the contractor will tell us, okay, fine, we are going to go ahead and build that house for you, or we're going to build that shed for you. We know that you don't have the money at this point, but we know it's going to come. So we will provide that service, and when the money comes in, we know that you're going to be paying for us. So this is, how strong we are with the community in general. Now, in this point, we do not have a specific mandate. When it comes out, with other organizations, I don't want to name names. Well, I will. UNICEF, DFID, you have, Action Against Hunger, whatever. They all have something called the mission statement. They already have, some sort of a goals that they want to do, end hunger in the world and what have you. Which means that every time, which is very noble, I would think, you'll see that it's a very fancy mission statements and what have you. But that means that actually every time that you want to go to a community, in order for you to be able to provide that service, you already have some sort of a predefined goals that you already have in mind. And that, one way or the other, will shape your intervention, despite what the community wants. So you will go for a community, for example, and they will say that, really the best thing that we need at this point is to have a road that will connect between us and our land so that settlers would not take it over. The guy from UNICEF, for example, will come in and say, no, this is not what you really want. What you really want is to have an additional workshop about the right of the children, for example, because he already has that kind of a preconceived idea about the community, and he has that mandate that basically shows him what to do and what not to do. Now, again, by design, we don't do that. We don't do that because we know that our mandate is going to be the need of the community. If they tell you that they want a school, that means that you have to do a school. If they tell you that they want to have a car so that they will be able to go across the checkpoint in a safe manner, you buy them a car. That's what they want. They are on the front line of the violations by the Israelis. They know best. They know better than me than to know what their needs are. So usually we are in that kind of a mode that you can see what they have to say, and then you can implement. And this is why you will find that actually most of our interventions, they vary. You have education. Before I came in, we provided 36 scholarships for students who are living in Masafir Yatta and the surrounding South Hebron Hills to go to college, because this is something that they have requested. We provide shelter. We build houses, in cooperation with Amos or even independently. We build water cisterns. We provided one time a dowry for somebody so he can get married, so he can stay where he is. We bought so far 3 cars and gave it to the communities. You're not going to find any other organization who actually does these things that have to go very, very slow, very small scale. So it varies, and you probably sometime will find some other ungodly project that we are going to be implementing because, again, the community have requested something like that. If I can go for the second one, please. So I think we're going to go for a couple of examples of what we are doing currently. We are actually forging a good relationship with the Nina Franklin Fund in Bristol. And that actually is, Nina, my understanding, was a very well-known union activist and very much a supporter of Palestine. She's been there at least maybe 15 times. Unfortunately, she passed away, and then her daughters actually got in touch to say that we are doing something on the name of our mom in Palestine, which was really, really great. This is one of the projects that we've done through that partnership. This is the community of Al Khair. I know some people here know where Al Khair is. It's very close to the settlement of Carmel in the South Urban Hills. If you can go back one, please. And what that community actually wanted, specifically this gentleman, his name is Aoud Al-Hadalin. He's an English teacher. And basically he approached us. We've been working with this community for I would say 22 years by now, since 2002. So he actually comes in and asks for us that they wanted to have a summer camp. Now a summer camp, because we have a national committee for summer camp, so we said, okay, well, we have this national committee. And he said that no, actually what we want to have a summer camp that is specifically targeting teaching English language for our kids. And the idea behind it is that that they want these kids to be the spokesperson for the community. They want these kids that when they grow up a little bit, that they are the ones who are going to be talking about the community, talking about the suffering that they have, talking about the Israelis, talking about the demolitions, not me. Not somebody, from outside of the community, does not live in that community, to come and talk on their behalf. So they wanted to actually to invest into their children, and this is something that we have, taken on for a 3-month period. We ended up with a summer camp that's all in English. They actually produced a play. It was really great when we saw it, and the self-confidence have actually increased. And one of the things that we actually have done in this summer camp, can you click on it please, is the inclusion of girls. That is something that, in cooperation with them, that we wanted to actually to make sure that the girls are part of that summer camp, because this is a Bedouin community. So having to actually to allow the women and their girls to actually to kind of move on in life is not a given. Mind you that this is I would say, a progressive community still, because we are paying right now, out of the 36 people that we are paying to go to college, about 32 are women, including women from this community. So we're also trying to kind of push the envelope in that section. One more, please. And one of the highlights, of course, of that summer camp was the journey that they wanted to actually to go to a nearby park. Actually, it's sometime, someplace in Hebron. And of course, this is, for some of these kids, was the first time ever to actually to go away from the community. That for the most part, their school is in the community, they play in the community, but having to be really physically taken out from the community, this is something that has not been happening before. And that was actually done, again, by design, because we wanted them to actually to stop talking about the Israeli occupation, the Israeli raid into the community, or a police car, or something like, especially that, Hajj Sulaiman, which is the elder of the community was killed by the Israelis earlier this year. So there's a lot of trauma in that community that we had to physically actually remove them out. And of course, they really had a great time. This year, we also had a summer camp with Nina, and the first thing that they've asked for is like, when are we gonna go to the park? Because that is the number one thing for them. Another example that we're working on, so this is in Al Khair with Nina Franklin. 1 and 2, please. Click and click. All right, so this is Masafir Yatta. This is where right now the army has declared this entire area here in white to become as a fire zone. Now they actually declared that back in the 80s. Back, it was Sharon that did this, with a clear identification that that we really do not need this to become as a fire zone, but it is one more tool that we are using in order for us to take the Palestinian land away from them. So that was declared in the 80s. The army actually did not enforce this fire zone until November 1999, where they ended up going to the communities of Jimba, Markaz, and Al-Halawa with trucks and actually put up the Palestinians and their belongings on those trucks and move them out somewhere towards Yatta, and basically demolished a number of the caves that they have there under the pretext that this is a closed military area, this is a fire zone, and Palestinians are not allowed to go back, to be present. Fortunately, we hired at that point an Israeli lawyer. His name is Shlomo Leker, that basically allowed the Palestinian, in cooperation in his conversation with the High Court, allowed the Palestinians to go back to their community, pending a final decision about the status or the legality of the fire zone. So we are still in court for about 22 years, between the year 2000 until the year 2022, until May of this year, May 4th specifically, when the High Court actually came up with a decision siding with the Israeli army on this matter, and basically declared this whole entire area to be as a fire zone, which meant that the Palestinians who are living in these dot communities, about 1,300 Palestinians who are living in that area and consider that area home, that actually they can be evicted at the decision of the Israeli army. So ever since then, life has become very, very difficult in Masafir Yatta. Even us, I work for an international organization. I used to go there whenever I wanted. At this point in time, you cannot go without having to get a permission from the Israelis to say that you are allowed to cross into this area. And actually yesterday, Khalat al-Daba, right here, there was a lot of fear that as of yesterday, it was supposed to be demolished in its entirety. About 100 people that were supposed to be, losing their houses, as well as a school in that area. But alhamdulillah, it did not happen. That doesn't mean that it's not going to happen, but it is kind of a snowballing effect by the Israeli pressures on this specific area. Now, knowing this, knowing all of that problems in Masafir Yatta, we've decided to actually work with this community. It's called Kharbet al-Majaz. And this is where actually a friend of mine back in 2007 started the school in that community. She donated 2 tents, and those 2 tents became the school. And then after we built it, then the international community decided, there is a school here, which means that it has to have a specific standards, that it has to have a specific, dimensions and stuff like this. So they started to go ahead and work on it, which is really great. But they wouldn't do it themselves. We had to actually kind of push them towards that. If you can go back, please, one. So this is where our latest intervention in this area is with this Jeep. The area is actually in the northern parts of the Negev. So it's very, very deserty, very, very rough, rugged. And because it was declared as a military zone, the Israeli army would not allow any kind of a structure or any kind of an intervention or projects in that area. So you're not allowed to have roads, you're not allowed to have water networks, you're not allowed to have any additional buildings that you're having. That's all forbidden. So that, of course, actually took a toll on this Jeep. It is the only Jeep that is allowed to function in Masafir Yatta, and basically what they do is bring the students from those different hamlets to the school. So they will go for 3 hamlets, bring the kids to the school, and then after that, drop them, and then go to the other ones back and forth, back and forth. That proven to be very difficult for them, that it broke down. So the head of the Al-Majaz school calls us up and he said, okay, the Jeep is broken. And I said, okay, well, talk with the ministry to fix it up for you. And he said that we spoke to them, and what they said is that they are going to take this all the way to Ramallah, and then see how much that's going to cost for it, and then after that, see how they're going to find the money for it, and then once they're done with it, they're going to bring it back to us in Hebron, and that would have cost them would have taken them 2 months in order for them to do it, because of all of the bureaucracy and having to take it there and then having to look at it and get the money and all these things. We took it on Thursday, and by Sunday we had it back to them, finished and working, and the kids did not actually end up having to walk into Masafir Yatta in order for them to go to the to school. So we did not ask for any papers, we did not ask for any receipts, we did not ask for anything like this. And they know that this is the way that we work. Just give it to me, and then we'll work it out, give it back to you, boom, done. You don't have to go through any of these hoops that you have to go through again. One more. Also, for this same school, with the help of the Nina Franklin Fund, we actually built 4 classrooms, additional classrooms. And to be honest, this is not short of a miracle, to be honest. Having to actually to be able to build 4 classrooms in a fire zone, while the Israelis are, just calming the area every day and every day in and day out, it was really a miracle that we managed to actually to do these things. But again, this is dependent on the people that we're working with. We know the contractors, for example. The contractors, unlike any other organization, when they wanted to actually to go ahead and build the classrooms, they will actually have to issue a tender and then put it in the local newspaper, and have to actually to have for 3 submissions, and then after that you're going to have a committee in order for them to see what is going to be the best one, and all of that. Of course, basically what you're saying to the Israelis, that we are going to build 4 classrooms in Masafir Yatta, please come and stop us. So we didn't do that. We know the contractors who are working there, and we told them, listen, we have that much money, and we want you to do those 4 classrooms. And don't tell me that you're going to be stopped. Don't tell me that that it was confiscated. I don't want to hear any of this. And of course they knew, because there are people that are working in that area. So they knew when to bring the materials in, specifically during the night, when to allow their workers to sneak into the area and work from the inside during the night and maybe early morning hours. And bit by bit, they also have, like, I wouldn't say spies, but people who are observing the situation. So every time that they actually see that there's an Israeli Jeep or something like this is coming, they always call them up and say, everybody vanishes into thin air. So they know the way that we're working, and this is really, really wonderful. So with this, we ended up, next slide, please. We ended up actually having such a lovely classrooms. And what kind of angered me, this is an old picture. The new picture actually had the same plaque being present in this space. And there's a picture of the Palestinian Prime Minister. Once the Masafir Yatta actually became declared as by the court to become as a military zone, of course the Prime Minister came in, and the Minister of Education came in, and the Minister of this and the Minister of that, came into the location, and he was actually here, talking to the kids with this one in the back, and he was bragging about that, see how good we are as a Palestinian Authority. We actually built those 4 classrooms for you. Glad I wasn't there. But you know, having to actually to brag about something that you did not do is just really, really low, I would have to say. So yeah, we did this. Next, please. And we also, the guy requested that they're wanted to actually to have a computer lab in the classrooms, because the idea is that they provide education until 9th grade. So in order for you to provide it for 10th and 11th and 12th grade, you have to have a computer lab. So he said that we want to expand a little bit, and he said, okay, what do you need with that? Computer labs. We gave that to them. Note again, it's not HP. We learned our lessons. We got HP before, but we know that they are under boycott. So we made sure that this is not an HP. So we gave that also to the school. Next one, please. And right now, actually, they are in a good position. However, you know, that vehicle was confiscated once because you're entering a closed military area. We got it back. We had to pay about 2,000 shekels to get it back in, and it's functioning with a lot of restrictions at this point. Here, another example. This is the old city of Hebron. This is the settlement of Beit Hadassah. Shuhada Street is actually below that way. All of these houses are on the Shuhada Street. If you can recall, Qurtuba School is all the way down in the back. This is the kindergarten that we have established to create a safe space for the children of Shuhada Street. And it turns out that actually there is a checkpoint in the very bottom of these stairs that a lot of the kids usually do not want to go through, because the soldier is going to actually to stop them for a while until they check who they are and what have you. And sometimes once they actually cross that checkpoint, you still have the settlers from this settlement causing harassment for the children. So at that point in time, there's a lot of those children will actually come into the kindergarten and then used to walk on a very thin wall, so that they will be able to actually to go through into this house and basically bypass the checkpoint. Now, one of the people, actually the director of the kindergarten, told us once that one of the girls actually dropped into this, there was another house next to them, but they're actually really deep kind of. So because she was walking into this really thin wall, actually she dropped, and she sent us a picture of, you know, some damage that happened to her back. So of course we decided, okay, this cannot stand, and we wanted to actually have a safe space for them. So in cooperation with him, as well as in cooperation with the HRC, the Hebron Rehabilitation Committee, we actually ended up putting this kind of a protective, steps that actually gives a little bit more space for the girls, for the boys, as well as some of the women that do not want to actually to go through the checkpoint, so that they will be able to actually to cross from this safely. Again, this measure is not going to be ending the occupation, but at least is making the life a little bit better for the people who are residing in this area. Please. Also, this is the community of Al Khair they actually do have a lot of land very close to the settlement that has not been worked out. And they are very afraid that actually if we leave the land not cultivated, that there's going to be a possibility that these guys are going to take it over. So they've asked us for a lot of trees and specifically grapes. So we actually gave them a lot of grapevines, and then, you know, it's flourishing. And next time, inshallah, once you go there, you will be able to see this on the ground. One more project. This one is in Gaza. So we've actually not only working, we're mostly working in Bethlehem, Hebron, and South Hebron Hills, but this time around we actually branched out into Gaza, especially after the war of May of last year, in which that for 11 days there was a lot of war on Gaza. So right now we're currently hiring this magnificent lady right here, that she's providing psychosocial interventions for the women and girls in Gaza after, especially in areas that have been affected mostly by the war. Now, after the war, of course, there is, by the blockade, this project is actually ongoing until right now, until June of next year. So far, we have funding for this young lady to do her job in Gaza. One more, please. One more. This is a big story. Also, communities that we are working with, very small communities that are being facing a lot of problems with the settlers. The settlers currently, what they have done is actually they establish a number of outposts very close to the settlement itself, and from there they're actually coming down to basically attack the Palestinians that are that grazing in those areas. So right now what we are facing that a lot of the Palestinians are unable to go to their grazing fields, and given the fact that this is the only source of income that they have, every time that organization comes and actually asks, what do you want? They said fodder. Because this, currently we cannot actually reach our grazing fields. That means that we are keeping our sheep home, and this is why we need fodder for the animals. Now, international organizations like WFP, the FAO, Action Against Hunger, and all of those big organizations that are working in that area are refusing to provide fodder. I mean, we've been trying with them for about 8 years to do that, but they are refusing to do this because they're saying that it's not sustainable. That if I give you fodder this month, you're gonna come back to me and give you for the next month and the next month. So their idea is actually to provide seeds that are drought resistant, which doesn't make any sense because I do not have access to the land that I'm supposed to actually to go and put these things in it so I can have fodder for the animals. So, you know, you can talk with these guys for forever and ever, but for us, they needed fodder, we provided fodder. This is where we provide fodder for the community of El Ganoub, which is in a very, very isolated place. Next one, please. And also in El Ganoub, we are providing, in association with Darby, we actually have bought this car and gave it to a person who is living in the community of El Ganoub, so that to make sure that he's going to be driving those kids back and forth to school. And that was a big problem for them because for 2 months, the bus that was supposed to actually to provide transportation for them by the Ministry of Education have actually broke down, and for 2 months these kids were not able to go to school. So we talked with our friends in Derby, and in cooperation with them, we bought that car, and now we're currently paying a salary for a member of that community to stay in the community and to actually to provide that transportation for them back and forth, just to keep the people exactly where they are. Also, we provide water tanks. As you can see, we provided cars, water tanks, fodder, trees, stairs, anything that the community wants, we will be able to do that. This guy is actually also in the South Hebron Hills that basically have talked to us about that the settlers are actually encroaching into his own land. So we asked him, what do you want? He wanted fencing, so we provided the fencing for him. It was like about 15 dunams, which is really a big piece of land, costs us a lot of money, but this is something that they wanted to safeguard the land, so this is something that we went with. Next one, please. This is a bus that we bought for a center for autism in the city of Yatta. They tried so many places to go and help them out, but we actually ended up buying that bus for them just to make sure that the kids from so many different locations are transported into the village, so the city, so that they can get autism services. Next one, please. I just want to go. Next one. There's so many examples. Another one, please. Go ahead. Now, what we are trying to do, another one, is that we are trying to build a school in the South Hebron Hills. Currently, as we speak, it's being built as we speak, but definitely we need your help with that because of two main examples. Reasons. First of all, it's right to education. It's a very small village. It's called Hawara in the South Urban Hills. Everybody there, it has to actually to have right to education. So we are trying again to push them to it that, you know, they go for about like 9 kilometers to go to school. So we decided that to build a school in the community. Now, but the main reason, let's say the kind of a strategic reason why we want to build a school in that area is actually what we call the magic that follows. If you can take a look at this map. This is the community of Jebedib. It's in Bethlehem. It is located very close to the Herodian, where King Herod is believed to be buried. So because they have, they believe that King Herod is buried there, it is an archaeological site. An archaeological site means that any Palestinian community is living next to it is not allowed to live. Because as an archaeological site, you cannot build a water network. You cannot build electrical pylons. You cannot put that. You cannot put a road because it's an archaeological site. So this is when we went to that community and asked them, what is it that they need? They said a school. Now, this is the 4th school that we have done. And the problem is that the other 3 schools that we've done before this one are usually built in Area C, because we only work in Area C, but they are built in an area that is Area C, but is actually surrounded with Palestinian building. So you actually can go in, build the school without the Israelis seeing you, and then boom, the next thing you know, we have a school. This is not the case. The case is, as you can see, when we got the piece of land, there's nothing in this area. The Israelis are actually on the top of the mountain, so you really can actually see everything that you do. And there's going to be a very big possibility that they can actually demolish or stop you from completing the school. But when we talked to the community, they gave us this piece of land, and they said that this is the only piece of land that we have for you to build the house, to build the school. So we said, fine, no problem, we will go and see what's going to happen. So what you would notice, that after we built it, this is the school, right here. If you can go back one, please. Nothing. And the school is here. Now, once the school started, there was some sort of a resemblance of a road that actually is catching up. We have some movement in this area right here. We don't know what that is. And then some people started to build a house in that area. These are initial stages of the school. Now, the second phase, once we ended up actually seeing that the road has been asphalted, and you have 2 more houses in this area. The house here is already being completed. Some work is actually being done in this area. And finally, currently what we have, after the school is being established and what have you, you have that is a house, there is another house, 2 houses, that, and that one. So basically what happens is that once a school is there, a community starts. You will find that actually there is a school, then a clinic will happen, a mosque will take place. People will be encouraged that as soon as the school is actually staying put, that there's a possibility for me to just go ahead and build a house, because it seems that the school is there. And this is actually what we have seen in the 7 schools that we actually have built so far, is that once you put a school in there, there's going to be a community that's going to spring up. You have no idea of where from. So this is the kind of the magic that we were talking about, that this is not only a school, but you're talking about a catalyst or nuclear for further development. And this is, I think, what we've seen with the Palestinians, is that once you provide a service, not just blah, 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 not just the prime minister coming in and telling you that we have built those 4 classes for you, but an actual service, there's going to be a lot of development happening in that area. So this is what we are going to be trying to do with this community called Hawara. This is it. It's in the South Urban Hills, the small little houses in these areas, sporadic all over the place. And they actually ended up giving us a piece of land, about 3 dunums, in this area, in order for us to say that this is where we're going to be building the school. And also, if you wanted to actually to have that piece of land also, we have no problem as the people of that community. Next one, please. And even you can see that this gentleman here is actually from the the municipality of Hawara. And we are already talking about a road, we're already talking about the electricity, we're already talking about the clinic where it's going to be, and the mosque where it's going to happen. And that's even, we did not even do anything with the school as of yet, but we're already actually in second stage where we're talking about the development of the community. One more, please. Again. So this is actually the design of the school. We're talking about 4 classrooms, as well as the administration of the school, and some bathrooms. We are teaming up with this organization called GVC. It's an Italian organization, international Italian organization. And basically they said that the cost is going to cost us about $70,000 for this community, for this school, which is very, very, expensive. And when we talk to them about why is that expensive, usually it takes, much less than this. But they said that actually we are going to be doing this, but at the same time we're going to put so much into the bases that the idea in the future that we're going to put a second floor with that either is going to become a school or is going to be some sort of a village council or a village meeting space and what have you. So they're already thinking down the road in the future. So GVC said this is $70,000, and we said, okay, fine, we are going to put $20,000 for that. Of course, we don't have it, but we said we're going to put $20,000 for it. They said, no, this is not good enough for us. So said, okay, fine, $30,000, and this is about that's the maximum that we can go. And they said, no, this is not okay as well. So we said $35,000, and that's it. So us as Hearn, as the small organization, is going to pay $35,000, and GVC, the Italian organization, is going to put $35,000. So we said, okay, fine, go ahead, we're fine with this. So we gave the initial okay for it, and this is why where the work have started. We already have put up the bases, and the building has taken place already. Even though, again, we do not have the money for it as of yet, but we're going to get there somewhere. Next one, please. So it is on daily basis, and if you are on my emailing list, if you look at your email today, you will see that actually we already have cemented this first floor already, and we are hoping that, for the idea is hopefully by January, we will have the full inauguration of that school, inshallah. And we'll be very happy if you guys would like to show up for the inauguration. But we are working day in and day out to make sure that this has become a reality. One last thing, one more. This is my email. We are very, 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 very proud to actually to work with Amos Trust. All due respect, you guys are miracle workers as much as we are. We usually, because of the issue of transparency as well as the issue of not having too much attention, we don't have a Facebook, we don't have a web page, we don't have any of these kind of things that actually will report on daily basis what is happening. Instead, what we have an emailing list that basically every day you get 2 emails, I think every day. These days, because I'm traveling, we did not manage to do that. But if you would like to see where your money is going to go, what projects we are working on, what concerns do we have, which is a lot of them, just please send me an email to my email account. I'll be more than delighted to add you to the emailing list. If you by any chance decided it's too much, we can take you off if you want. But this is the way we kind of work. So far it's been a successful journey. Today me and my kid are leaving at probably 12 o'clock p.m. a.m. But it's been really, really great. Thank you for listening. I know it was a bit, I would say, boring, but this is the way we are.
Thank you, Hamid. We've got Got maybe 10 minutes. We can have some questions if we want. I've got a question to start with. And then I'll come around with a microphone for other people to ask the questions. Thank you for the work. Thank you for the inspiration. Thank you for the constant work, because that's what it is every day. And my question is a personal one, which I hope you don't mind me asking. We have a podcast plug called We Do Hope. And one of the things we always ask people is, where do you get your hope from? Because many of the situations, as you've explained, seem to be fairly hopeless. But you get up every day and you work with Islam, our friend, and you do all these things. Where does that motivation, when you get up in the morning and you think, this is what I've got to do today, why are you hopeful enough to do that?
Well, it's not being hopeful. I think it's being realistic. Because my other job that I'm working in is telling you to look at the big picture, to actually to kind of analyze everything that is happening on a daily basis, to kind of, I don't know, they go for reports or whatever. So in the back of our minds, we know the big picture. And we know that, that is going to make miracles, not only one miracle, to actually to kind of change that for a better outcome for the Palestinians. So for me, I don't know, maybe I'm right or I'm wrong, but actually having to look at the bigger picture, a lot of people will get despaired and hopeless, and they decide that there's nothing that I can do in order for us to change that big picture. And I think I got to that point, but it is that accepting that I cannot change the big picture that would actually pushes you to actually to change the smaller picture. This is where you go from the macro level kind of looking at things and actually go for the micro level. The micro level says that if you end up building a school and it receives a demolition order, you can actually go and object to this, and that delays the demolition as much as possible up to 8 years and maybe never. So yes, you did not, free Palestine, but at least you managed to actually to provide that much education for that many kids for an entire 8 years. This is something I can do, and because I can do this, I will do this. But I'm not gonna just despair at the bigger picture and say, okay, fine, I'm not gonna be able to do this. You go and having to actually just go to Al Ghanub and sit down with Abu Jamal and have a cup of coffee with him, that is for him. It's a big deed. Having to actually to know that the kind of the agony and the suffering that they go through on a daily basis, somebody is listening. And somebody not only listening, but actually willing to do something about it for that one small family. Because we can do this, we will do this. Let him have hope. We probably don't have, in the bigger picture, we don't have any hope, but at least for him to actually to be able to stay in and safeguard his land. If I'm going to get him a couple of fodder for the animals, I can do this. Solar panels, I can improve his life as much as possible. That I can do. But the bigger picture, maybe I cannot. But having to realize, to accept, and to be realistic that I cannot change the big picture, but I can change the small picture, I prefer the small picture.
Thank you, Hamid. A couple of questions. Just before we take questions, can I just ask that they're questions and not statements as we go around?
First of all, huge respect to Chris and the Amos Trust for doing this. I was privileged to meet Hamid and his formidable energy when I was an ecumenical accompanier in Hebron, and I really respect his work. I want to just say three things. First of all, as an ecumenical accompanier, our job is, unfortunately, Hamid is going to go back. Our job is to advocate on the behalf of Palestinians. And I've got 3 booklets here giving the stories where Palestinians in Hebron have given their story, so they can speak for themselves. You're welcome to help yourself to that. And also I'm available to give presentations if you've got an organisation, see me afterwards. The second thing to say is I'm chair of something called the Jewish Network for Palestine. I think it's incredibly important that Jewish Jewish voice is heard standing up for Hebron. We are inspired by Jewish values of justice. We're led by Jewish people, but we're open to anyone who agrees with our aims. And the third thing I'll say, last thing I'll say, is our project at the moment is called Convivencia. Convivencia Alliance has come together as Jews, Jewish activists, Muslim activists and Christian activists to promote the idea of convivencia, living together. We want to see justice and equal human rights for everyone between the river and the sea. Thanks very much.
Yeah, question.
Hamed, could you just explain, because there might be some people here who don't actually understand what an Israeli firing zone is?
Yeah,
what it entails.
Okay. Yeah, a fire zone is an area that is being declared by the army that we are going to be using this specific area for training. And that means it is located in Area C, but it has so much more restrictions than Area C. In Area C, for example, which is about 60% of the West Bank, there is a possibility that you can build after you get some sort of a permit from the civil administration, from the Israeli army, to give you a permit, which about 98% of the permit requests are denied, but the possibility of you actually having to build in that area and then receive a demolition order and go back and forth is there in Area C. In fire zone, you don't even have that luxury. You know, this is a military zone, and you're not supposed to be there to begin with, out of fear for your life, because we're going to use, live ammunitions and what have you, and also according to the statement that was done during the court, is that we are fearing that those Palestinians will actually take pictures of these weapons that we're using and then give it to some, allies, some enemies of the state, like Hezbollah or anything like this, to use that against us. So that's why there shouldn't be any witnesses in that area. It's crucial for the state of Israel to have that land, despite the fact that within Israeli proper, according to Shlomo Leker in his proposition to the court, the Israeli army has 1 million dunums inside of Israeli proper, designed specifically for training. So there's no having to go and take that piece of land specifically for the same purpose. It just gives you why they're actually doing this.
Thank you, Hamed. Probably last question, or maybe this and one more.
Thanks. Thank you, Hamed, and thank you for giving us hope every morning when we read your emails. The young man who was shot by an Israeli soldier in the neck when he was struggling for the generator, was that the... Yes, I just wanted, I saw that. How is he?
His name is Harun Abu Aram. On the 2nd of January of last year, his house was already demolished in November of the year before. And he was trying to rebuild his house once again. And of course, the army did not like that, so they ended up coming to his place in an area called the Rakiz, which is also on the verge of Masafriyatta. They didn't like that he's actually rebuilding his house, so they tried to kind of bother him, and they tried to take away the electronic generator that he's using to weld his house back in. At that point, he had it. They demolished his house already once, and they're not. This electrical generator is not going to be taken. He was very adamant that it's not going to be taken. So the army was pulling the generator. He was pulling it back, back and forth. A female soldier actually shot him right in the neck, right here from an area of 0 distance. He did not die. He was transported to Al-Ahli Hospital in Hebron, where he stayed for about 5 months. During those 5 months, basically, he was rehabilitated in terms of having to breathe through something in his throat. And we actually helped a lot with our Israeli colleagues from the Villages group to help to get him out of Al-Ahli, because Al-Ahli Hospital came to us and said that this man, there's nothing else that we can do. We stabilized him. He's in a good position in terms of breathing, But what he needs is very specialized medication to rehabilitate his lungs so he can actually breathe on his own. And that thing was not present in Palestine in general. So we struggled with the Ministry of Health so that we can actually move him out from Al-Ahli to go to an Israeli hospital, but the Ministry of Health would not cover the cost for him, which was about $1,000 a night. And this is something that we could not actually do, except for our colleagues in the Villages Group Manage, which is an Israeli group, bless their heart, 5 individuals, very inspirational, that they managed to actually raise about 300,000 shekels to get Harun out of Al-Ahli and go to another hospital in Israel for 3 months where they rehabilitated, and he was able to actually kind of breathe a little bit better on himself. However, he actually went back to Yatta, and the infections that he had were very huge, to the point that one of his legs was amputated. And right now we are waiting for an infection that he's having to go away so we can amputate the next leg. And he's only 25 years old. So this is very unfortunate, but this is again, we've done our best with that case.
I was just wondering if you do have any limits. Do you always say yes? Obviously, you have to say no to who in there, but in general, do you always say yes and then put out an appeal to all your supporters? How does it actually work?
Most likely, yes. Most likely, and especially when it comes down from communities, you know, the closer that you are to a settlement, the more likely that we're going to say yes to you. However, we have the latest request was actually to build a second floor, really about 5 meters away from the settlement of Kiryat Arba. That would have cost about 300,000 shekels, and I don't think that we have the money to do that. Even to tell people we'll pay you later, just too much. So once I go back, we're gonna sit down with that kid to see where we can actually find some sort of a midway to help him out, because their living conditions is very bad. I know that for sure, but the request is just too big for us to do. But for the most part, we're very outgoing with these things.
Thank you, Hamid. In the UK, you sometimes do crazy things, right?
Yes, I do.
Just to finish off, tell us a couple of the crazy things you've done since you've been here, right?
Well, yeah, okay. So the idea is that because we do not have a structure, we do not have, you know, the NGO structure that we were talking about, not a whole lot of organizations will be willing to actually donate for us or to fund us. You know, because they needed to have a financial report, they need to have you know, administrative reports, they want to have accomplishments reports, and they want to actually to tell them first what is it that we do to give us the money so we can do these things. Now, with the multiple things that we're doing, we decided this is going to be too much for us. So instead, we usually will come mostly to the UK, and we do not say that, wallahi, we have a school that we want to build, so please go ahead and give us the money. It would be great if you can do that. No, we do it that this is very important, the school is very important, and because of this, we are going to do this in order for us to get the money. And this thing includes bungee jumping, which I have done, you know, my 10th one about a couple of days ago. We do marathon racing. I dove with sharks, you know, in Scotland. Skydiving. We are going to hopefully do wing walking. Somebody was talking about that. And there is something in South Africa that you are actually going to be in a box, and then lions will be all around you, coming on top of the box and stuff like this. Something also being contemplating is a snake massage. So, you know, anything of these things that, you know, the idea is that not only that it's a good idea and please support us. No, we're actually taking that step. We're putting ourselves all the way out there, saying that we believe in these things. This is very important, and we are doing our part, basically, So if you'd like to actually to donate for this cause, it would be great. So it's not just asking for money, we're actually doing action towards that.
Well, Hamid, it's been a pleasure to listen to you and to share your story and your incredible work. I'm very pleased to be on your email list. I'm not going to unsubscribe anytime soon. It's been a real pleasure to be in the field with you and to walk with you and to see the relationships you've had, to plant some trees, to visit O'Hare multiple times, to see how you help those people to stay.
We shall continue.
And that is incredible. So thank you so much. Safe travels back. Sohail, safe travels back. Thank you so much.
I just thought, Hamid, I thought you were just an adrenaline junkie, and that's why you kept on doing all these different things. Yeah, the lions I'm quite keen on. I'm not entirely sure about the sharks, but hey-ho. Anyway, we're going to move on to Gaza at this point. And today is October the 1st. What does October the 1st mean? Come on, October the 1st. Breast Cancer Awareness Month. And so we're going to get Katie up here to say a little bit about the Al Ahli Hospital in Gaza.
Well, my first line was going to be today is October the 1st, but you know that now. So as well as being Breast Cancer Awareness Month, it's Rosy October in Gaza and in Palestine. That's what they call Breast Cancer Awareness Month. In Gaza, breast cancer kills more than any other cancers. The 5-year survival rates are between 30 and 40%, compared to 87% here in the UK. That's because women are reluctant to seek to have examinations, partly because of a lot of male doctors, partly because of the stigma around it. For many people in Gaza, there's a feeling that if you have breast cancer, you will, you might get, your husband might want to divorce you. People might feel that it's something that runs in the family and it will make things difficult for your daughter. So there's a lot of stigma and issues around the thought of having breast cancer, therefore people don't present. We were in Gaza in May and we had the chance to go to Al Ahli Hospital, which we've talked about before, to meet the team there, where they do a breast cancer screening program. The solution, or not the solution, but something to help the problems that I've just explained, is early diagnosis. How do they do that? They get people out into the communities. Generally, they're challengers, or what they call challengers, which are people who have had breast cancer through and been helped by the hospital, will go out to community groups, really emphasize the importance of going and getting screened. They try to see 5,000 women, to educate 5,000 women in that way each year, and to get 3,000 women over the age of 40 to go forward for breast screening. And we had the chance to see how the program worked. We've talked about it a lot in the past, but my favorite bit when we were there in Gaza this time was we went and spent time with the Well Women Clinic. That was for women who have breast cancer at that time and are being treated at Al Ahli Hospital. We got there and they were in the middle of playing a game. There were about 30 women there, laughing, playing this game that was about confidence building. There was then dancing which started, which I got involved in, and finally Chris got involved in with a little bit of encouragement. And we spent time with them, laughing, chatting. But what we asked was, you know, you're all here laughing together, but can you actually cry together? Can you share together? And they started telling us as a group about the importance of the time there. They go twice a week. It's open to any of the women that are undergoing treatment. They have time talking about how to really care for themselves at this time through self-massage, through helping make themselves look good, feel good, if need be, help with wigs, things like that. Supporting one another through the situation, spending time together, sharing their stories. And they started to tell us, you know, when I first found out I had breast cancer, I didn't want to go out. For many of them, they will have had mastectomies because it's so hard to get treatment. The radiotherapy isn't allowed in Gaza. Many women have to go out to Jerusalem and it's hard to get the permits. So there's often people who've had mastectomies. So they're finding it hard to get out, but they said that they really found with the groups, coming to the group, they now had new friends. They had people who had the same situation. Many of them said they'd brought other people to the group. So it was really positive to see them. We often in October, be that it's Breast Cancer Awareness Month, we talk about women to women. We talk about this project and getting women around the UK to do things in order to raise funds and awareness about the situation in Gaza and for the women at the breast screening programme. This year, we're delighted that above and beyond that, we will also be doing this for our Christmas appeal. So many of you know that at Christmas we do an appeal through the Big Give, and money is often doubled, is doubled through the Big Give. And we hope this year that we'll be doing, we'll have that. We'll be doing a Christmas tour. We'll be talking about the breast screening programme, and we'd love to get as many of you involved as possible. So do look out for information about that. And I know some of you have done things in the past to support Women for Women and to support the Gaza project. So if there's something you would like to do, then do get in touch with me.
Thank you, Katie. So please do look out for that at Christmas or indeed this month here. The other thing just to add to that is that obviously the other major driver is the siege of Gaza, which many women will not come forward because of the costs involved in treatment and also the indignity of having to go for treatment in Jerusalem, being on your own there. And Katie and I met a most remarkable woman when we were there, who in 2014, she had herself been an educator about breast cancer. She'd refused to go forward for a checkup herself, was really scared of doing it until eventually she did. And then she found she had a growth. And she didn't tell anybody that she was going to go for treatment until the day she went for treatment. Her husband divorced her immediately. She went for treatment. While she was there, 4 days into it, the Gaza war broke out of 2015, or it was 2014. She was away from her children throughout the whole period of it until she came back 10 days beforehand for 2 days and went back again for further treatment. And her story is not unique. We kind of wish it was unique, but that's not a unique story. And so that absolutely debilitating aspect of the occupation just magnifies and magnifies everything Katie said there. So it really is important we focus a light on this and say no woman should have to go through this anywhere at all. So that's breast cancer screening. We're going to move on to there's other aspect of our work, which is art. So Nick and I have just come back from the West Bank, and we had the wonderful joy of taking a group of artists from Palestine. Nick's going to come up here, in fact, and I'll let him say a bit more about it. He's coming through. This is on location, which we showed to you last year. It's 8 artists. You got a microphone? Who's got that? Do you want to just say about the first, what you got in your hand, Nick? Yeah.
Old people and technology. Did you see this at lunch? So this is our catalogue. So maybe 18 months ago, Chris and I live in Cambridge. We both live in Cambridge, and we meet for coffee on a Friday, and Chris says one afternoon, you know, this art exhibition that we keep talking about, why don't we just, is this after the pandemic, we're starting to open up again, we weren't traveling. Chris just said, look, let's just do it. We were talking about an exhibition in a gallery of art from Gaza, and we just couldn't quite see how we were going to get all the art out and how we're going to, get a gallery to kind of work with this on it. So we said, let's just do it. Let's build a digital gallery. It's not ideal, looking at art on a website, it's okay. Seeing art in real life is much better. So we decided to do it online. And we decided to produce a catalogue of it, so at least you don't have to just look at it on an iPad. You can actually look at it, in your living room or whatever. So please do buy this. We're going to have it on sale on our shop in a week or two, I think. I think the shop is shut now up the road. So do have a look at that. And as Chris said, we were invited to the Waldorf Gallery. Many of you would have been to the Waldorf Hotel for the opening of the Colours of Gaza exhibition, which was a kind of an Amos Waldorf Hotel collaboration. And this is it. This was, just go back one, yeah, thanks. So this was 2 weeks ago, in the little room off to the side of the gallery. This was 50 established but mainly unknown artists from Gaza who we worked alongside Reme, who's the curator at the gallery, one of the curators at the gallery, to present this exhibition at the Waldorf, and Chris and I and a few others were invited over a couple of weeks ago. There's Wissam, who many of you will know, our friend who runs the hotel. And prior to that, we'd taken the exhibition to the Greenbelt Festival. Many of you will know about Greenbelt. And Malak was there. If you go back one knife, Malak, our friend, who is from Gaza, who was currently living in Turkey. We managed to, just at the last minute, get a visa for her to come to Greenbelt to share in the exhibition with us. This is it at Greenbelt. It was a mixture of Malak's art that was actually in the building, in the room, and a mixture of films, one of which I think we're going to see in a second. And our friend Brian Eno, who some of you might know of, has been a great supporter of the exhibition and a great friend to Amos over the last year or so. So I think, Nive, we're going to show that film now, I hope. So it was a film we made for Greenbelt, which is why it has that little Greenbelt bit at the end. So all the artwork from the exhibition a couple of weeks ago is just about to go live on our website. So we'll send an e-news round once that's live, and you can see all. It's actually 49 pieces. I'm not quite sure what happened to the 50th piece. Maybe it wasn't very good, but I'm not.
I think I took that one home in my suitcase.
Oh yeah, you took that one home. Yeah, there's a whole story about art and the Waldorf and Amos, which we won't tell you now, but do collar Chris afterwards and he'll tell you a funny story about that that involves vast amounts of money and smuggling art out of Gaza, but that's another conversation. Is that, yes, thank you.
Thank you. So the first exhibition is in the book here on the website, which is on location 1. The second one is this Colours from Gaza. My greatest joy is taking Hamed to see it, and also Merai from Arub camp and Sami Awad from Bethlehem. And to walk in with the three of them, and all of them went into the main room, which is kind of fantastic artists from Palestine. And none of them really spent a moment in there, but they all walked into this room, which is just walls of Gazan art, and just were kind of blown away by it. Because all this colour and vitality from Gaza, which in 2020 the UN said was unlivable, and there's 50 artists in Gaza producing beautiful things out of the destruction which is there, and the lack of life. It's just the most wonderful thing. And for me, it was one of those really profound kind of moments, just being in the room with them. Having this same reaction from all three of them was just absolutely breathtaking for me. So great privilege to be there with them. So that's the second part of it. And then we've got a third part of this online gallery, which we're going to launch next May on the 75th anniversary of the Nakba. Hopefully there won't be a 75th anniversary of the Nakba, but as there is possibly likely to be one, we'll launch that there. For us, it is just such a great joy to show this light on Gaza, this place where we don't believe that creativity can thrive, and to show that despite everything, incredible beauty is being created there, and people are finding ways of expressing hope through what they're creating. So it's a great privilege to be journeying with these people. So the other part of going to Gaza for us, and one of these films was made by our friends at We're Not Numbers. We've had tremendous stories of hope today, and We're Not Numbers is another story of hope, and something which my background as a youth worker, everything about this project, we just kind of love. So I'm going to ask our very good friend Ahmed to come up here now. Ahmed, it's wonderful to have you here. We'll give him a round of applause as he walks up.
Thank you.
Now, Ahmed, you have a remarkable... Yeah, this is you looking very smart and polite. Ahmed, tell us a little bit about yourself and how come you're in the UK?
Okay, thank you very much. So, my name is Ahmed, and as you can see, I have this skin color, and I'm a Muslim. And I'm speaking to you in a church now, which is amazing. I love that. So I arrived to the UK 3 years ago, and before I start talking about myself, I would love to say how much happy and grateful I am to be among people who are like-minded, who will not be deceived or who do not believe in stereotypes about us as Palestinians or Muslims or Arabs or whatever. Because the first few days I came to the UK, I was in a train from London to Leeds. And next to me was a person, and he asked me, "What's your name?" And I told him proudly, "My name is Ahmed." And he said, "Dude, are you a Muslim?" And I said, "Yes." And he said, "Please don't blow off the train because I don't want to die at 28. So yes, we have lots of stereotypes about us Palestinians or Muslims. A few days later, I was at university and I met with another person who's not British, luckily. And she asked me where I am from. And I told her I am from Palestine. And she said, "Where is Palestine?" And I told her Palestine is a country between Egypt and Jordan. And she said, what language do you speak? I told her I speak Arabic. Then she said, "Are you an Arab?" And I told her yes. And then she showered me with lots of questions. The first one, "Do you live in a desert? Do you use a camel? Do you live in a tent?" I told her no. She said, "Oh yeah, you're one of these Arabs. Do you have a massive house, a mansion in the desert? Do you have an airplane, a private airplane? Do you have luxury cars?" And it was like, "What?" And then she said, "How many wives do you have?" And I told her...
You didn't answer that, did you?
I told her none. So that was funny. So I'm very happy to be with you, knowing that all of you are like-minded and you don't believe in the stereotypes about us or coming from the other side of the world. So my name is Ahmed and I am from Gaza. I lived all of my life in Gaza until I came here 3 years ago. I have a very big family. Like I have 8 siblings. One of them Israel killed, of course, as many Palestinians. And I grew up in a city called Deir el-Balah in the middle of the Gaza Strip. I did my first degree in English literature, and then I started my work in We Are Not Numbers in the Euromed, the Human Rights Monitor.
And you're still involved with We're Not Numbers very passionately, which we're going to talk about in a bit. But tell me a little bit about how We're Not Numbers started and your, if that's okay, and your role with that.
Of course. So I was born in the year 1994, sorry. Maybe I'm the youngest here, I don't know. Okay, and in that year, as you may know, Oslo was signed, and we thought that in this year, finally peace will be achieved in the Palestinian territories, and finally the Palestinians will have their sovereign state. But unfortunately, ever since, we have only seen destruction and war. So since the year 2000, which I was only 6 years old, Israel launched more than 29 military attacks on Gaza. So it's not only 4 or 5 wars, it's 29 military attacks, aggressions against Gaza. One of them was in the year 2014. In that year, I was only 19 years old, and I had a group of friends and community who I would spend all of my time with during wars. So one day, to be specific, on the 19th of July 2014, and it was a Saturday, my friend and many of my brother Ayman and many of my friends were targeted by Israel, and they were all killed. So at that time, I was so depressed. I sank into deep depression. I used to spend my time at the graveyard, next to their graves, crying sometimes and promising them to just follow them at the nearest future. At that time, I had a friend of mine, an American writer, who reached out to me on Facebook, and she asked me, Ahmad, how do you feel? How are you? I told her I'm fine. And she said, no, I don't buy that. Tell me something real. How do you feel? You lost your brother and many of your friends. And I told her the truth. I told her that I am very depressed, and when I'm all alone, I go to the graveyard and burst out crying. So she came up with this idea. She asked me to write the story of my brother in English. So out of mere embarrassment of her, I decided to write this story. Not because I believe in writing, not because I believe that people from the West will care about us Palestinians, but because she was a friend, I decided to do this for her. And then I wrote my story, and she helped me edit that story, and she published that online. To my surprise, I received a huge attention and attraction from people from all around the world. They told me they read my story, they feel me, and they were moved by my story, and they encouraged me to keep writing. So that was a turning point in my life, because for the first time in my life, I realized that people from the West can care about us. None of them, not most of them, are ignorant. They don't know anything about Palestine, but some of them care about us. They want to hear our stories, and they want to know our personal stories and our personal lives. So after this story was published, Pam and Euromed Monitor and me came up with this idea. We said, why don't we create a platform for youth and refugees in Gaza after the war to write their stories in English and to share that with the world? So we started the project, and we called it We Are Not Numbers. The idea of the project was to replicate what happened with me and with Pam, with other Palestinians from Gaza, from the West Bank, from refugees in Lebanon. So we started to train writers from Gaza with English writing, and then we linked them with international mentors to help them write their stories in English. And we started We Are Not Numbers. And we called it We Are Not Numbers because we wanted to show that those numbers that you often hear in the news, they don't mean anything. And we want to show the human stories that lie behind these numbers in the news. We started in 2015, and until now we published more than 1,200 stories and poems and articles. And we recruited more than 350 writers, not only from Gaza, but from all around the world. And we linked them with international mentors to help them write their stories. We created our website and social media, and right now we feel that we represent the Palestinian youth and young writers, not only from Gaza, but from all around the world. So We Are Not Numbers means a lot to me. When I started We Are Not Numbers, when we started We Are Not Numbers, I was called the inspiration for We Are Not Numbers. And then after working in a few months, We Are Not Numbers became my inspiration, Because after that war that killed 2,300 Palestinians and injured 10,000 Palestinians and displaced hundreds of thousands of Palestinians in Gaza, I saw many writers, many young writers in Gaza who are not in despair, who wanted to write their stories and who wanted to share it with the world. So they became inspirational to me. And then after 2 years of working in We Are Not Numbers became my sanctuary and hope. And I choose the word sanctuary because when we ask our writers what does We Are Not Numbers mean to them, they told me that We Are Not Numbers is sanctuary. Because in this besieged spot in the world where not so many people from around the world know about We Are Not Numbers, We Are Not Numbers writers, youth who are 18 and 19 and 20 and 21, or less than 30 years old, who've never been outside of Gaza, they found in We Are Not Numbers a home and sanctuary where they can come and write their stories and express themselves in English, in a language that the world knows. And then when I traveled outside, when I came to the UK, and I did my master's in international journalism, and I started to read the news in the West, We Are Not Numbers represented hope for me. Because through We Are Not Numbers, I saw that through these writings, through these stories, I realized that there is so much hope for us as Palestinians. Because we are resilient and we are creative, and through We Are Not Numbers, through the work that we're doing, we're creating so much scope for hope and for imagination and dream for a better future. So this is what We Are Not Numbers mean to me.
One of the things I love about We Are Not Numbers, and there's many things as well as the great writing, is the role that women play in it. Because it's really a women-led organization now, isn't it? Yeah.
Yes.
And
So
most of the writers are women as well, is that right? Yeah.
Most of the writers are women, and
Yeah.
We Are Not Numbers. More than 80% of our writers are women, but all of our staff are also women in Gaza. So I'm the only one who's a guy, and I don't work in the staff in Gaza. So all of our staff in Gaza, Ines and Wala and Sumaya and many others, all of them are women. So I'm very, very proud of We Are Not Numbers because it also breaks another stereotype about Gazans, that we sideline women, we don't care about them. No, We Are Not Numbers gives women in Gaza the role that they deserve to be leaders and future leaders. So I'm very proud of that.
Yeah, no, it's a wonderful thing. I can't remember if it was Nick or Katie when we were over at Cohen, was talking to one of the team, and she turned to us and said, "What's it like out there?" Because she'd never left Gaza. And this is a young woman of 25 who's writing on an international platform but has never left this small strip of land. And that question, what's it like out there, is just sort of sticks for me very, very strongly.
Well, I can't describe Gaza in many ways, but for me personally, Gaza is a beautiful place. No matter how destructed or destroyed it is, for me it's home. It's amazing. I love it so much, and I would love to go back one day to Gaza. But for the world, according to the UN, by 2020, they say that Gaza will be an unlivable place. It's the biggest open-air prison in the world. But yet, it's a place that is full of hope and generosity and hospitality. And I just love it, nonetheless.
Ahmed, you were kind of hinting there that you can't go back at this time. That must be incredibly painful not to be able to go back to your home, not be able to visit your family. And particularly when you see headlines emerge and the trauma you've experienced. Does it become just overwhelming for you?
It is, especially at some cases, because right now we're talking about the Pink October and Cancer Day. And my mother had cancer in Gaza. When I left Gaza, she suffered from cancer, and Israel delayed her permit to receive treatment outside until she died while I was here. And that was actually the most difficult moment of my life, that I lost my mother without being able to see and return to attend her funeral at least, or kiss her goodbye. And this is the life that we are used to in Gaza. We are trapped, whether we are in Gaza or outside Gaza. When I was in Gaza, I was trapped. I struggled for years to travel. I had to beg so many places and organizations, and I had to pay expensive fees for coordination through Egypt. But eventually, when we're outside of Gaza, we're also trapped because it's never easy to return to Gaza, especially for someone who's a journalist like me, who Israel doesn't really like. So they did not give me a permit. I asked the British consulate to give me a permit to Gaza, and unfortunately, they couldn't manage to give me a permit to enter my homeland. So for us, it's, yes, we are trapped here, and we're trapped in Gaza. And wherever we go, we'll always be Palestinians, and we'll be always trapped in our identity. And for what? I don't know.
It's really moving hearing you speak about these different things. For yourself, as one of the stories which I know you've been really struck by was the story of Allah, and Allah we know as the Gaza Sunbirds, as cyclists. Do you want to just say about how you kind of first came across his story and a little bit more about it?
Yes, in order to talk about Ala Dali, who is here, we'll have to give an overview about the March of Return. And the March of Return, have you heard of it? Okay, perfect. So the March of Return is like mass demonstration organized by Palestinian activists and NGOs that demanded that the Palestinians, who's 90%, 70% of the Palestinians in Gaza are actually refugees. And according to the UN, they have the right to return to their homes and lands in which they were displaced from. So in the March of Return, hundreds of thousands of Palestinians demonstrated at the fence demanding the right to return. One of these masses was Ala Dali. And Ala Dali, he was a young person, a cyclist, a very fit guy, very nice man. I liked him very much. He's amazing. And he wanted to participate in the protest, which is peaceful, which is 100% peaceful. I was there. And in the first Friday that he went to the March of Return, at his cycle, he was shooting a TikTok video or a video, and then Israel shot him right in the knee with explosive bullets. And then he lost his leg. And with losing his leg, he lost so many of his dreams and hopes. He wanted to represent Palestine in marathons and international tournaments. So we met him there, and we documented his story. We shot a video about him, about his life, and how he lost his leg. But although this story can be very gloomy and very sad, but when I look at him, when I was meeting with him in Gaza, and he lost his leg, he was a person, a lovely one, with lots of hopes and dreams. And with his artificial limb, he's now beginning to train more and more and practice cycling. And he still dreams of representing Palestine in international tournaments. So Ala Dali is a success story from Palestine. And he represents Palestine, he represents Gaza. When I look at him, I remember Gaza. Although we are living through wars, blockade, lack of electricity, lack of fresh water, but we still dream and we still have hope. And he represents that. He lost his leg, but he's still being able to fall in love and to get married and to dream. This is the most important thing, to dream. And he was successful in that.
Can you just flick on to the next picture? I think we've got a couple more here. So we met, these are the Gaza Sunbirds, which is the paracycling team. And this is Allah at the front, and these are the three other members of them at the moment. We met them when we were over, and we were talking to them and hearing their stories. I think it was 156 people had an amputation after the Great March of Return. The numbers are absolutely staggering as the numbers shot by live ammunition by the Israelis. And they targeted the limbs, the lower limb particularly, or the arms, but particularly the lower limbs. And I say 156 had amputations. Many of those were multiple amputations, and that's after multiple surgeries as well as the amputation, because they tried to keep the leg if they possibly can do. And in Ali's case, I think they had 3 operations before eventually they couldn't keep the leg. I think Ali's had 2 amputations now, and many of them have had separate amputations because there's so many infections If you have an explosive bullet, it just leads to multiple infections, particularly in a place where it's really hard to get any antibiotics regularly or anything like that at all. So hearing Ala and meeting him has been a remarkable story for us, and we're really committed to supporting this project. This is Ala. He's doing various training now and leading it forward. I think we've done lots of hard projects. We walked to Jerusalem, we did a World Cup, we've done stuff like that. This may be the hardest one we've done yet because the level of trauma is so huge. The sheer difficulty of going training in Gaza is so huge. The difficulty of getting materials in there, to get bikes in there, to get anything like that is just so huge. The politics of trying to get someone to take part in an Olympic program without being various different bits of kind of working with different authorities, the Palestinian authorities, Hamas, blah, 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 it's just so huge that it's kind of mind-numbing. But the great thing is that it's just an incredible story of hope and of these young people determined to represent their country. And so Meg's going to come up here. Let me introduce you to Meg. I don't know if you've met Meg, most of you yet. Hamid's met Meg, and she did a fantastic interview with him at Greenbelt this year. Meg joined the team. Can I just borrow that microphone a second? Because we asked the Big Ride for Palestine to support this project. Don't go anywhere, Ahmed. We're not letting you off yet. So Meg, just tell us about the Big Ride for Palestine and them supporting the project. Yeah.
Yeah, so hi everyone, I'm Meg, if I've not met you before. So the Big Ride for Palestine is an annual charity bike ride that uses cycling as a mechanism to inform people about the situation in Palestine and to show solidarity with Palestinian people. And this year, Amos partnered with the Big Ride to fundraise for the Gaza Sunbirds, as Chris has just been talking about. And so far, we've raised £19,000, which has been match funded to make £38,000, which is incredible because we originally had a target of only £10,000, so that's great. And I was lucky enough this year to take part in the Big Ride for the first time, along with Chris and Sally as well from Amos Trust. And it was just such an incredible event. We rode from Derby to Manchester via Stoke over 3 days, which was great. We stopped off at a protest which we were part of organising against JCB at a golf tournament for their board members, and where we protested against their use of machinery to demolish homes in Palestine. This was alongside Amnesty, PSC, ICA, HD, and War and Want. That was an incredible part of the ride as well. And some kind of personal highlights for me were the hospitality we received from mosques in each location, who provided us with breakfast and dinner each night, and that was really great. As well as just the warm welcome we got from all the members of the public in each of the cities and small villages that we rode through. So it was such a great event for kind of engaging with people who had never kind of even considered what was going on in Palestine and Israel before. And it was such an accessible ride as well to be involved with. There was 250 of us riding through each day, all age groups, genders and religions, which was great to see, taking over the roads with Palestinian flags, so it was just great. And we've already started planning next year's big ride, so watch this space to see where we end up cycling to. And kind of in other cycling news from Amos as well, we'll be running our Amos Club Ride back in May next year with a ride to the Netherlands and Belgium, so please do join us if you'd like to. And even more excitingly, we're going to be partnering with the Big Ride in 2024 and actually going out to Palestine and riding there. So kind of keep your eyes on that.
Indeed, so keep pestering Meg, or if you want to run the marathon, pester Meg. If you want to do any of these sport, pester Meg. All the rest of us have been absolutely destroyed our various joints. So Meg has joined us to take over the mantle of running, cycling, walking for Amos, as opposed to hobbling along in our wake. The Big Ride was absolutely great. If you get a chance to do the Big Ride, it's just phenomenal. And don't go at the front. If you're an idiot if you go at the front. My son did it, and he went at the front. He was an absolute idiot because he's just frustrated. You go at the back, and you just have the best conversations with everybody. You're cycling along with an 86-year-old. You're walking uphill with various people who've kind of never cycled in their lives before, and you're just chatting away and just having an absolute blast. So of all cultures, people you never normally would talk to, it's just a wonderful event. So you're coming and doing it next year with us. You'll have a blast. No, you'll love it, honestly. We took Karim this year, who's on part of the Gaza Sunbirds, and he had a fixie. He had a puncture after 100 yards. And he was thinking, what am I doing here? And then we walked up every hill together and all that stuff, which was just fine. But he had such a great time until he crashed at the end. But up to that moment, it was just absolutely wonderful. And so you'll love it. Honestly, you'll love it. And then we'll get Hamed over as well next time. I just want to ask you a couple more questions about Gaza, particularly, and yourself. You've heard lots about the West Bank and Jerusalem today. When you hear these stories, how does that affect you?
Very emotionally. Because as you can see, when you were just showing pictures of the West Bank, I was sitting there and I was like, I've never been there. I've never been to the West Bank. I've never been to Jaffa, where my family came from. I've never been to Beersheba, where my mother came from. And before I leave Gaza, I'm not exaggerating. I used to go to bed every day, and then in my sleep, I would dream of going to Jerusalem. And I would have the best moments of my life. And then I would wake up and realize that it was only a dream. And it would turn the worst moments of my life to know that it was a dream, it wasn't reality. I've never been to the West Bank, and everything I know about the West Bank is what I hear from the news, just like any other foreigner or someone from outside the country. The first time I met with people from the West Bank was here in the UK, in Leeds University, where I did my master's degree. Every time I would meet with someone from the West Bank, I would eagerly go to them and talk to them and ask them about Palestine. I would tell them, please tell me anything about Nablus, about Hebron, about Jerusalem, about Ramallah. And they would go on and on speaking about Palestine, and sometimes I would be in tears, because it would be like talking about a far-fetched dream that I can never achieve. And then I realized that I don't want to hear any more about Palestine, because all of the things that I hear about is beautiful stuff and amazing places, all the places, Jerusalem, everyone goes there. They would tell me fantasies about, and then I stopped asking people about Palestine, because it made me in so much anger that I can't go there and I can't visit my home country. And it would always puzzle me that I meet with so many British guys here and amazing people who support Palestine, and they would be able to go to visit Palestine, but I can't visit Palestine. I can't visit the West Bank. Right now I can't even visit Gaza. So it's irritating. It's irritating beyond measure that we are Palestinians, but we are not allowed to visit Palestine. I was born in Gaza, but I'm not allowed. I was never allowed to visit the West Bank for one day. And this is the embodiment of apartheid, which Amnesty and Human Rights Watch talk about. Just because I was born on the other side of the fence, I am deprived of almost all my basic human rights, my fundamental human rights, of at least visiting other cities of my country. When I came to the UK, and again, moving from London to Leeds, where I wanted to study, and the train was 2 hours and a half, and I couldn't help but think that, yes, people can go in long trips within their country without restrictions, without borders, without checkpoints. Why can't we, as Palestinians, travel from Gaza to Hebron, which is only 50 kilometers, should take only 30 minutes in a car or on a train? So it's irritating, and it has to stop. It has to change.
It does. It definitely has to change. This year we're trying to do a stupid thing as usual for us. I'm blaming you entirely for it. We've asked 3 of your colleagues from We're Not Numbers to come over here. Do you want to just tell us who we've invited over and some bit about them all?
Yes, so we are inviting 3 from my colleagues from Gaza. Essam Adwan. Essam Adwan was the project manager who took over after I traveled to the UK. And he's a lovely person. He's a journalist. And he writes for We Are Not Numbers, he writes for Al Jazeera and many other stories. And he's married, and he married actually one of my friends. Amazing people. And we're also having Ines Faris is our current project manager in Gaza. She's a young lady, she's very nice, and she's, I don't know her age, I'm not sure I should say her age, but she has never been outside of Gaza. And we're also inviting Mahal Husseini. Mahal Husseini is my colleague in We Are Not Numbers. She's one of the committee members, management committee members of We Are Not Numbers, who's also a journalist, an award-winning journalist who writes for Middle East Eye and other publications. So we are very excited, and they're very excited. They have applied for the visa. Hopefully, the new Home Office Director or Minister, what do you call him?
The Home Secretary. Yeah.
Home Secretary, yeah.
Yeah.
Hopefully they will get the visa, because usually the UK is not very easy giving visas to the Palestinians from Gaza. So we're doing our best. And personally, me, I am very excited, because finally I will meet my colleagues from Gaza. We haven't met in so many, in 3 years.
Yeah. So we are desperately hoping we get these permits. Do you think we'll get permits for all three of them?
Most likely, no.
Yeah. And that's
the visa may be easy, but to get a permit to travel through Israel, it would be very difficult, because Assam, he wanted to go to the West Bank, and he was invited by Amos Trust to speak at an event in Bethlehem.
It was the Waldorf Museum, because he did a film for us and he worked with us on it. Yeah.
And Israel refused his visa. Why? No reason. Just because he's a Palestinian. He's not from Hamas, he's not from Fatah, he's very independent. He does not belong to any Palestinian faction, yet they refused his visa. And this is the case for 99% of the Palestinians in Gaza. If you are a young man in your 20s or 30s, most likely you will not get a visa. You will need like big governments to coordinate for your visa. So this is how hard it is for a Palestinian to travel from Gaza to the West Bank. So most likely we will have them go through Rafah. And Rafah is also another journey of torment and suffering, because you know what Rafah is through Egypt. So they will have a tough journey, but once they arrive here, they will be fine.
Okay, well, we really pray that they're coming to join us and that you'll meet with your colleagues again. Ahmed, I find it, I've heard you speak about your story several times and answer the questions, and each time I find it profoundly moving. So thank you so much for sharing with us today.
Thank you. It's my pleasure.
Thank you so much. So if anybody does know the Home Secretary, the current Home Secretary, that is, after previous one we managed to get us sacked by getting Malak Matter to Greenbelt. And so if anybody does, Judai, you know the Home Secretary? Excellent, there you go.
When I'm sitting here listening what talk about Israel, Gaza, West Bank, Bethlehem, Jerusalem, from Africa, we don't understand. We don't know what is going on. It's complicated. We don't understand exactly all this dynamic around that. And today was like more complicated than before, because like, what is different between Gaza and Palestine? What do they need to go to West Bank? And can you please, maybe in a way you are doing with Amos, and help other people? There are many people outside of maybe Europe and others who don't understand exactly what is happening on the other side.
Definitely. We had a similar request from Nicaragua just recently, because they get so many people from North America coming down, a bit like you do as well, with a very strong Zionist narrative about Israel. And they're saying, please, we need to know more about Palestine and what's going on here. So I think we have to respond to that and find some ways of explaining it. I won't do that now in front of everybody, because it's about another half an hour if we do that. So we're going to wrap up there. Please do, it's been wonderful to see you all. Thank you so much for coming here today. I cannot believe we had this many people. When the news of the train strike happened, I realized that I'd managed to double book Amos Day, because Derby County were playing Cambridge United today. And as a Derby County fan, yeah. So there's more than one of us. As a Derby County fan, I thought, finally I can go and see Derby County play at Cambridge. And then I thought, no, Nive wouldn't let me skive off. He said, we're carrying on. We're doing Amos Day. So to have all of you here today has been absolutely wonderful. To have such inspirational people. Giordano, thank you so, so much for what you said and for your wonderful wife being here as well. Hamed, it's been wonderful to have you, and even better to have your son as well. And you're off to the theatre tonight, is that right? Yep. Theatre and a plane journey later on, which is... And Ahmed, thank you so, so much for being here as well. It was also great to hear about India and about Nicaragua and the Climate Fellowship and those people. They really are people of hope and this incredible hope. I'm going to read a final bit from the Blue Book. The Blue Book was going to be called Spaces of Hope originally, but we changed the name. So it was going to be called Spaces of Hope after this poem. But we decided to call it Seeds of Hope because during the lockdown, there really weren't spaces of hope. It was only seeds of hope we could get. So this is a poem by Ivan Lalic, who was, I think he was a Czech writer. No, he wasn't Czech, he was Slav writer. No. Anyway, he was from, yeah, he was a writer. And I've completely forgotten which country he came from. Anyway, it says, I have experienced the spaces of hope, the spaces of a moderate mercy, experienced the places which suddenly set into a random form, a lilac garden, a street in Florence, a morning room, a sea smeared with silver before the storm, or a starless night lit only by a book on the table. The spaces of hope are in time, not linked into a system of miracles, nor into a unity. They merely exist. As in Canfanar at the station, wind in a wild vine, a quarter century ago, one space of hope. Another set somewhere in the future is already destroying the void around it, unclear but real, probable. In the space of hope, light grows, free of charge, and voices are clearer. For us, you really do represent those spaces of hope, which are in the future and they're cascading down to us now. And for us, it's seeking after those and building more of those spaces of hope, investing in these incredible things we've heard today, and having the privilege of journeying with you. So thank you so, so much for being here and being part of this wonderful family. Thank you.
See you guys. See you soon. Take care. See you. Yeah. Yeah.
Lunch soon. When do you think? When should we do it? October sometime. I mean, what's your, yeah. When do you do it all the time? Well, I helped him all the time. Yeah, we share an office with him, so we can, I kind of run the charity.